Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Ni hao, kale vanakkam. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We look formal, but we hope not to be. Welcome to the first, but I'm sure it's going to be one of the greatest ever convention, education and parenting online 2022, organized by Kids Our Future in collaboration with City University Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, we are feeling great, we are feeling good. You're going to be viewing us, two good-looking men. See on the left here, 61 years young, doesn't look a day over 48. Ladies and gentlemen, if I were to take a few minutes more of this platform, then I will be denying you of the great speech that has been prepared by the great man himself. I've mentioned the word great 3 times in the space of 1 minute, putting undue pressure, but we have here seated next to me, Professor Great Dr. Amer Hamzah Jantan, the chairperson of this wonderful, wonderful conference, the first Saturday of 3 consecutive Saturdays. 8, 15, 22, whatever you have, drop them and just come for this wonderful event then we have planned for you. Great speakers, wonderful ambiance, great university, and of course, great man seated next to me. That's the 5th time in 90 seconds. So I hope the speech will be a great, great one for your official opening. But you asked me not so formal. But then the last and gentlemen, we have here Professor Dr. Amer Hamzah Jantan, who also happens to be the Dean for City Graduate School of City University. So, are you good? Do you want us to do any pantun first before we start? No, okay. Go ahead.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you so much, Brother Dr. Saiful Amin, who is very kind with his words. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and very good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends here who are here in the auditorium of City University Malaysia, and also friends who are online, parents, teachers, teacher trainees, education officers, out there online. I would like to welcome you to this first education and parenting convention. What Brother Saiful was saying, this is the first of many conventions to come. We plan to do this continuously. This is the first time we are doing it, and this thing started when the few friends of mine from UPM came with this brilliant idea about wanting to do something for the future of our children. So we at City University Malaysia is also doing this towards nation building and everything. So when these friends came, I immediately agreed that yes, this is something that we should be part of, and will support throughout. Furthermore, here at City University, we also have a faculty of education and liberal studies, and one of the programs is on early childhood education. So we want to play that role together with Kids Our Future. This is the company that was set up by these friends of mine. They are from the Faculty of Educational Studies. They were there back in 1988 when UPM was University Pertanian Malaysia. Now University Pertanian Malaysia is called University Putra Malaysia. As we are aware, ladies and gentlemen, we see a lot of these disruption in the education of our children, and then there was so many negative impact that the pandemic has on our children. And then there is this huge concern on the future of our children. So what we were thinking of at the point of time when my friends came to see me, uh, the ministry alone is not enough. On a year, they have so many programs, they have so many, they have budgets to do things, but it is something that would not be sufficient if we want to reach out to all the children out there. So that is why City University Malaysia truly supports this initiative by Kids Our Future. So we have to play that role together with the ministry. We have to play that role. Parents will have to play that role. NGOs will have to play that role. Parent-teacher associations will have to play that role, and of course the society at large. Uh, so together, City University Malaysia and Kids Our Future, we want to be part of this new development and education spark of the future. As we know, the world is changing so fast, and we should always work towards equipping our children for the future. But at the same time, we also need to help to also guide, educate, share experience, knowledge with our parents as well. So they have to be, made aware of the challenges of our children of this time. So we embrace that call that we should be ignited based on the things that happened in the past, and teach our children the current and as well as the future challenges that they might face many years from now. So together, City University and Kids Our Future, we are passionate about educating our future, so which is of course our children. So we want to be the change makers. We want to be part of that change, to prepare our children, to empower our children to live the best of the life that they could. So we want to be able as well to contribute towards life readiness, which is something that would take years to develop in our children. So that is why we put together this convention. So we have brought together experts, specialists in the field of development of early childhood, middle childhood, adolescence, as well as early adulthood. We invited experts and specialists to share their expertise, their intrinsic knowledge, their know-how, so that we can learn how to prepare and support our children, our parents as well, our educators, and our stakeholders for the skills and insights of the future, so that our children can be the best that they can be. We love our kids. We want them to be happy. So we have to teach them well so that they can be life ready to face the future challenges. There is this famous quote by Nelson Mandela. Education is the most powerful weapon that you can use to change the world. So that is exactly what we plan to do. So why are we having this convention again? It is because of the impact of the pandemic on our children. So it's time for us to take stock of the aftermath of this global pandemic for the past few years. We want to light up the lives of our children. with colorful events, colorful things that they can experience throughout their lives, so that they can feel it with joy and laughter in their development. And for this particular convention, we have scheduled this event to be what Brother Saiful said, 3 consecutive Saturdays, which is today, 8th October. We have another session next week on the 15th, and the last will be on the 22nd of October. We have lined up 18 speakers who would be speaking about different topics based on three separate themes. Day one, we will be the papers about early childhood challenges and development. Next week, on Saturday, we will be talking about being a parent in the 21st century. Week 3, and Saturday, we will be talking about anything that's related to the future, life, and hope. So we trust this convention is very meaningful for many lives. So we want to reach out to as many people as possible, we hope to involve as many parents as possible part of the life of many people with this convention. Our special target was this actually the course they will be of all knowledge as well as for them to prepare their children for the future. So I'm glad that everyone decides to see or actually and even contribute to schools start next week. And also start based on the second. Because our children are our hope for the future, but we are their hope for their present as well as their future. So, with that, ladies and gentlemen, in the name of God, the being the most merciful, I declare this education and current convention. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Dr. Amer. Very insightful information about what's the conference going to be. We do have great lineup, 18 wonderful speakers, 3 different teams, 3 consecutive Saturdays. Please be now, and you will be not disappointed. You will be enhanced, and there will be chances whereby you can ask questions, participate in the conference. Of course, I will be here to encourage you and get the conversation going. Very rare indeed for us to have this kind of opportunity to partake in this kind of convention. And nowadays it's quite hybrid, quite comfortable for everybody to be doing it online as well as offline at the same time. But hybrid, we have audience, but we are of course live in the Zoom platform. So thank you very much again, Professor Dr. Hamzah Jantan, chairperson of this Education Parenting Online Convention 2022, and of course dean for the City University Graduate School, who in collaboration with Kids Our Future organizing this wonderful convention. So thank you very much again. So we will be ready in a while to go to the next agenda. I'm pretty sure because we've heard of the theme mentioned by Prof. Amer, maybe you could start writing in the chat box questions you would like to ask, because those who are almost always in trouble are those with insufficient answers. Let's look for answers. Let's ask questions. The more answers we have, easier for us to decide. And if you have a lot of answers, chances are you are far away from success, far away from those who are eating brick walls. Am I saying it right, Prof? All right. Do I sound as good as you were when you were giving your speech? Can't say that, right? But ladies and gentlemen, not only that Prof. Amer is a great professor, he's also a fantastic guitar player. He's one of those who could play both sides, left and right. Dexterity, yeah, that helps a lot. And of course, he played rugby for a long time for the Cedar Angels team, and we were able to coax him to come again and play last year. He put on his boots, shorts, track bottom, walked down, got the JC and then left us. But hopefully that will not be the case for today. Let's just. I thought it was nice. I was sure it was slightly longer than 8 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker, our next session will be the keynote address by none other than the Deputy Director General of Education for Teaching, Professional Development, Ministry of Education, none other than Dr. Ahmad Rafee Sheikh Kassim. So once he's ready, of course, we will yield the platform to him and we shall listen to his wonderful message in his keynote address. Don't go away, we have no advertisement, but the only thing we can do, ladies and gentlemen, is keep on recording, keep on being here, and if you cannot stay in front of your computer screen, get someone to replace you. Something not to be missed, something not to be missed. Prof, would you like to sing a song with me? One minute. I doubt it, right? You can play the guitar, but I cannot sing to save his life. That's been quite good. So we have quite a few people here. Thank you for coming. We have some of our next session speaker already here. We have, of course, quite a few sponsors also. Thank you very much to our sponsors. You are doing the right thing. Don't save the money at home. Don't save it in the bank. Spend it to help save our future. In any religion, this is good deed, ladies and gentlemen, because it will go on forever. Whatever we do for a good cause, it will, of course, be shining in eternity. So, Professor Dr. Amer Hamzah Jantan, would you like to say a few words before we go to the keynote address?
I would also like to say, what we have I would like to thank sponsors, of course, for the funding, for sponsoring the seats on. I was told that gave money to pay for 1,000 seats. It's very, very generous of our sponsors. And we hope to continue to receive this sponsorship for our plans and what. So there are so many conventions that have faced. We want to be part of this initiative. If we need to look at the bigger picture, we cannot depend on the government alone. We have to play a role. Like and of course, there are also opportunities here for projects. If life study here, we have programs for early childhood education at our faculty of education and liberal study. Here you will listen to the talk by Dr. Noraini, who the head of program. So you can hear from her if you have specific questions about early childhood education. That you may want to ask. I was also once upon a time a teacher at the primary school. I went to a teacher training college,
During World War II.
Vietnam War. Later than World War II. There was 1981. But my option was the child education as a second. I was promoted to plan time. English, you think, as well as confidence, but I cannot think I remember my lecturer asked me to talk to me when I wanted to speak.
That is an achievement.
Yeah.
Very rarely that we achieve.
Yes, I told him I want to sing the song. He looks at me, do
But I thought it was quite happy. I think that you mentioned in your speech, it's like, yes, the ministry is doing a lot, yeah, they do the best they can. But we have to go back to what Kennedy said. Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. All the sponsors, thank you very much. It's our future. Thank you very much. City University, you're doing great favors for our country, and of course, for the future of our children. So hopefully, you'll keep coming and it will not be a one-time event. We'll continue to have multiple events like this so that we can talk about it. And of course, any conferences, any discussions is for us to find as many answers as possible so we can try them out to find the best possible solution to the issue we have at hand. Let's go back to the guitar.
okay. I'm not getting that. Yes.
I got 6 guitars at home.
I was the band process. Band at the college and so I did band for I was picking up.
Not been that long ago.
Yeah.
So, because we have well, we not say directly music, but we have something which is quite related. I mean, helps a lot with dexterity. Rob Davies is coming later on physical activities. He's the owner of Little Children. And to an extent, I would say this, I wouldn't say extension, but parallel way of getting the children to be more involved. We have also this on storytelling. How do you get storytelling in their age? I'm sure she'll have the answer, but of course we have to try. And what we're doing here, we're trying. Hopefully we have more hits than misses, but with the lineup that we have, with the support from City University, I don't think we could fail. It is already a successful thing, we just have to continue going on.
And as we all know, there are multiple challenges. And one of the challenges that your child may have it can be not necessarily not where they are not self-view as parents, we just like that, like that, we have that, we need to also continue the what are the things that we can count how we can help to as
what about the other speakers?
To our audience, if you're watching online, they might be thinking like talking about different topics, but we have this. In one of our lineups is the CEO of MUB Malaysia, and MUB is now going full throttle. We come up with upper Q so that those with life experience can get certified. So I was asked like, how long will it take you to do your PhD? PhD is a convention. So people decided that this is how we're going to certify you. But if you have a part chief, you have an uncle who's a fisherman, he knows where to fish, when to fish, how much fish you can get there. That's a PhD too. But we don't have that kind of evaluation. So maybe by having a kind of discussion, ladies and gentlemen, we can find ways to bandwidth the intelligences. Because I remember a long time ago, Bertrand said that if you ask a fish to climb a tree, forever will the fish think it's a stupid fish. And we can't afford to get our children to have this kind of thing. What say you?
Of course, we need to help our teachers from Chinese. Never stop it. Even me and the kids house. Last one. I'm still learning. There is so much more that there's everything sense. I do not know. There are things that I learned from my teachers. If they are sharing on the topics that they want to work on, I learn from them as well. Even the context is just in one small course knowledge. There is so much more that's why I always believe someone with even some of the basic also
Thank you very much, Prof. Very rare to have opening speech, then we have a conversation, but this is not a normal event, it's a rarity. We have so much support from sponsors, wonderful old friends coming together, supporting the initiative, great universities supporting the convention. It is very, very rare indeed to have this kind of support in the first installment of a convention strategies, but we're having it. So hopefully more will come to listen to our lineup of speakers who will be sharing a lot of answers which will help us to navigate whatever challenges we might be facing with our own children, of course, and if you are educators, children at school, and of course, some of the children from never leave the person, even if the person is a 44-year-old PhD student, they still need to manage that children. So again, ladies and gentlemen, we are about ready to go to our next section. We should read the keynote address by the Deputy Director General, Ministry of Education. You see, they are in support because they know they've been well, they have the resources, but they know we need more of this kind of drive, this kind of initiative to support whatever the ministry is doing, because whatever changes, we will need knowledge, we will need awareness to push through this wonderful, wonderful agenda. So again, seem to have grown taller in the last 30 seconds. You being 5'11.5.
30 seconds. I remember you being 5'11.5. You look more like a 6-footer now.
Right. So
Right. So we have also a wonderful team supporting us, our tech team, headed by Sam, of course. We've given them fantastically good nasi lemak, so they should be able to keep themselves awake, excited, and full of energy for the next 3.5-4 hours. So again, this is the 4th time I'm thanking you. So there will be no other transaction other than that is for the course. So thank you very, very much. Prof, we will start the next session in about 30 seconds. Thank you very much.
we are about to have Dr.
Ahmad, Rafee, Cik Kassim to be live with us at Education and Parenting Online Convention 2022. Are you with us, sir? Yes, we could see his wonderfully handsome, youthful face.
I'm sorry, I cannot hear you.
It's always great to have a youthful Deputy Director General. So without further delay, thank you very much, Dr. Ahmad Rafee. It's a long weekend. It's a long weekend. People are going home for chuti or whatsoever. But you were invited to come and you keenly accepted our invitation. Thank you very, very much from Kids Our Future, and of course, in collaboration with City University Malaysia. So without further delays, we invite you to deliver your wonderful keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Ahmad, Rafee, Sheikh Kassim, the platform is yours, sir.
Just give me a minute. I cannot hear
We
you.
can hear you, sir. We can hear you very well.
皮肤到。
Can we try again? All right, can you hear a little bit? Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, very clear, sir.
All right. Okay, we are ready to go. Sorry.
好的。
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, yes, I can. Thank you.
All right, fantastic. No, sir, I was just speaking and you're not able to listen. So now we have still two-way communication, even though we're online. So I guess we're good to go, sir. So let me invite you again, ladies and gentlemen. For those in the hall, give a big hand, even though he can't really listen to you. For those in platform, of course, just do like me or click at the bottom saying good. Yeah. To our Deputy Director General of Education, Teaching Professional Development, Ministry of Education, Dr. Ahmad Rafee, Sheikh Kassim. The platform is yours, sir.
Okay,
Please
thank you.
welcome and please give your wonderful keynote address to all of us in this convention.
Okay, thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good morning to all. First of all, I would like to thank Prof. Amer and Kids Our Future, City University Malaysia for inviting me to this convention. The theme of this convention is early childhood education, unleashing the real potential of our children. Is this sound okay? You can hear, oh, you can hear me. Okay, good. All right. Okay. And thank you very much for having this opportunity. This 3 Saturday virtual education and parenting convention. That is something new to me, and it's a good way of having this discussion over the weekend. Even though this morning we're supposed to be in Putrajaya for sambutan Bulan Sukan Negara, but the topic of this convention is really important: education and parenting. And I was informed that the majority of people attending this session today are the parents, and we know our children has potential. And given the past 2 years, 3 years, when we went through the most challenging period of our time, going through the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, it is very serious matter for us to rethink about how we educate and how we preparing our children for the future. This crisis not only has impact on education and learning, but also on the broader mental health and also well-being of our children. Many would agree that the pandemic has also negatively impacted the opportunities and potential achievement that would have been attained, and the harm inflicted by the pandemic goes beyond the present, and surely I think it will creep into our future as well. Thus, it is very important to have such a platform like this convention to discuss and work together to support our children, our learners, and also our communities for our future. Ladies and gentlemen, it is realized that our children have been overwhelmingly affected by the pandemic, the new normal. And this new normal is a disruption of the way we do things, the way we look at life, the way we socialize, the way we talk to each other. And having so much issues about health, about safety, school closures, family stress, losing job, and so on, have changed the way we look at the world. This actually is like a deep cut. On the surface, it may heal, but the wound remains. So it is precisely this unseen inner part that we need to cater, we need to manage and realize to bring our children back to being a humans who are no more in constant fear, managing multiple and complex changes together, and with somewhat unreal expectation with the past 2 years that we lost, that we just wish it could go away, and then we can plan forward to work together. At the MOE, the Ministry of Education, we realized that in order to bring our children back to the normal life, we cannot work alone. We need the support from everyone. And I'm sure having this opportunity, discussion, and working together like this would help our children in the future. As we know, the world becomes increasingly interconnected. So do the near and long-term impact of the pandemic that we face. It remains unclear how far this pandemic-related impact will last in our education system and how they will affect our children's well-being. The organizer, City University Malaysia, Kids Our Future, have decided to take the lead to share how we can help our children through parenting and a new paradigm shift of education. And at MOE, we hope a more concerted effort, as this war is quite long and lengthy and it's not ended yet. So there's a lot more things that we need to do together to make sure that we open up more session and engagement to work together towards this goal. Of course, the spirit of this convention is aligned with Ministry of Education's initiative, which continuously strive to ensure every Malaysian child receive the right set of educational opportunities at the right time from cradle to career. The ministry is committed to ensure the structure of preschool phase of education will scale up in successive ways. This has been aspirated in our Malaysian Education Blueprint 2013-2025 or PPPM, which has outlined the need to improve preschool quality. At the ministry level, the Teacher Professionalism Division or BPG, bahagian Profesionalisme Guru, who is responsible for the in-service teacher professionalism development, has outlined several programs. Among those program Intervensi Tambah Option or PITO in short, as one of the support initiative to assist the non-optionist teachers who have experienced teaching preschool classes for 3 years to obtain qualification, at least at the diploma level. Since 2010, the government has already set a minimum requirement for an early childhood provider or the teachers to be at the minimum of a diploma. But we know it is hard to achieve 100%. At the ministry level, we appoint teachers to our preschool program at the minimum with a degree in early childhood education. And for those, we also bring in teachers with a different degree in education, but we provide additional support for this specialist going through short courses or PITO, so that they will be ready and prepared to teach and handle the early childhood development. Based on the data by Bahagian Pengurusan Sekolah Harian or BPSH, until December 2021, there are over 700 of these non-option teachers handling the preschool in the MOE. And thus, through our Institute Pendidikan Guru or Teacher Training Institute, we have developed and we have decided that more drive, more effort need to be done to ensure that all teachers at the preschool level must be equipped with at least a diploma in early childhood education or ECE. In fact, this decision covers not only the teachers or the providers for early childhood education within the MOE, but also we support teachers from other agencies as well, namely from JAKIM, from Japanin, Kemas, and so on. However, since the seats are quite limited in our teacher training institutes, so we keep the numbers around 600 participants to go through the program every year. So hopefully, in time, I believe all of our providers, whether within the government agencies or from the private sector, will have at least a diploma in early childhood education. Ladies and gentlemen, if we look back in 2021, where the Ministry of Education, we bring in around 18,000 new teachers to the system, 18,702 to be precise. And this also include Guru Prasekolah KPM. This Guru Prasekolah or the preschool teachers are those with specialists in early childhood education. However, we know that we need a larger number of teachers or candidates for the post, but we only managed to get quite a small number with ECE degree. So for this intake, we introduce new ways of opening up the opportunities for those with similar teaching or degree background. For instance, we look at candidates from universities that did something similar, maybe in special ed, maybe in primary school education, and we appoint them as teachers to our preschool, and then they will go through training program, in-service training program with our IPG or Teacher Training Institute, whether it is face-to-face, over the weekend, during the school holidays, or hybrid mode, and also several online mode of training. So this program include a lot of new method, new approaches, given that we know that the way we run the school, the way the children learn now is different. So the teaching, the IPG has already made some changes to the curriculum of early childhood education training. There are two major changes that they have already made. One is to include and instill inquiry-based science education at the preschool level. So we want our children not only to be able to socialize at the preschool, but also to develop inquiry minds, asking questions. They want to know more. So these are some of the new focus for our preschool teachers that we train in IPG. Secondly, we also introduce English language subjects at the early age. So the teachers, during their preparation, not only using Bahasa Melayu for training, but they also need to learn English as well, so that we can incorporate both Bahasa Melayu and also English in the training program, and where they go to the school, they go to the preschool to teach the children, they can teach both BM and English at the same time. So these are the two new focus given at the IPGM, so that our early childhood educators are much more prepared, and also they were equipped with digital competency skills. So we hope that the graduates from IPGM specializing in early childhood education should be able to use digital media in their classroom. They're able to introduce digital skill early on at the preschool level. Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about the pandemic, it impacts not just in Malaysia, but also the whole world. And globalization has been with us for quite some time now, and it forced businesses to evolve or fade away. It also brings along with a new phase of competitors and also partners with new set of rules, roles, and concept in the business world. And for business to be able to compete successfully, evolution, if not transformation, is necessary. So if business organization need to realize that the environment is evolving, so does in education. And one of the core of this changes or evolution is having a good communication skill. So when we talk about communication, we know that communication can take place across time, space, and also context. And these contexts are often perceived as the combination of people and other variables comprising a communication situation. Quite a substantive amount of the variables is cultural in origin, and many of these variables are not only involved but also influential in the process. So one of the basis of communication is being able to deliver and being able to understand. It should be two-way, like what we started this morning, where you can hear me where I cannot hear you. So there's a break in communication. And to be able to do that, one needs to have certain skills. And one of the major skills that I would like to share this morning is reading skill. Because it is really important, and it worries me. Even last night I was thinking about reading. I went to the first Malaysian teacher prize, where we look at the best teachers in Malaysia, the things that they do. We have partners from different foundation who support the work of our teachers in and also outside of the classroom. And one of the things that the teachers highlighted was about reading. When we look at PISA, for instance, as we all know, PISA, the program for international student program, we look at the 15 years old student globally. PISA is organized by OECD, or Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, mainly those developed countries. And the purpose of having PISA is to look at the 15 years old, the future workers, how good are they? How are they prepared to contribute to the society? In short, are they ready to work for the industry? So Malaysia also took part in PISA, and from PISA we look at the three main domains, which is reading literacy, mathematics, as well as science. So today I want to look at reading literacy. For the past 3 cycles of PISA, we started in 2009, PISA 2009, 2012, 2015, and then finally the latest is 2018. We have moved tremendously from being the bottom third among the over 60 countries that took part in PISA back in 2012, and now we are somewhere in the middle. So we make such a huge progress after looking at this, after understanding that it is an issue that the country need to resolve. However, we made good progress in mathematics and science, but in terms of reading, we are still behind. And well, we are actually way behind. Even though in terms of numbers, from the numbers we can see that there is an improvement. Our score is just below 400, 387, I believe, and most developed countries, they are above 415. So this worries me. There is an improvement, but it's not good enough. It's not as fast as for mathematics and science. So as we know, similar to communication, it is not just one skill, and it's not just what you learn in school. It involves everybody. So when we look at the detail within the analysis of PISA reading literacy, we found that about 50% of Malaysian students, 15 years old, are at level 2 and above. Level 2 being right in the middle. The scale is from level 1 to level 6. Most of the developed countries, including Singapore, Finland, Shanghai, Estonia, they were at level 5 and level 6. The majority at level 5 and level 6. Whereas Malaysia, we are mostly at level 2. So level 2 means they are able to read and they are able to pick up content from the text, and they can answer certain questions based on the text given. But they are not able to look at lengthy text or multiple text and other inputs, and they cannot make conclusion based on multiple source of material. And that is worrying, because we know that our students able to read, but they are not able to go deeper to understand the text given. So it relates to the habit and even the culture of reading in our country. If you look at the reading literacy in countries, especially Scandinavian countries, it's almost 100. It's always 100%. Like everybody reads, and the habit of reading day to day, either for academics or for leisure, they are much advanced. And these are some of the things that we need to do earlier on, not at this 15 years old, but at the preschool. So if you look at other countries, you look at the US, in Europe, in Japan, in Korea, we don't expect those young ones to be able to read at a very young age, but to instill the habit, to build, to develop the habit to read earlier on is really crucial. Reading to them before going to bed, reading to them together, having fun reading together, whether at home, at the library, by spending time outside, is not part and parcel of our culture. So when we watch movies, we can see in other cultures, parents read to their children. Even the US president take the time to go to preschool to read to the children. But it is not a culture for us in Malaysia. So this is something that I believe all of us, it's not just we at the Ministry of Education, we need to get everybody to change this, because we need to change the habit of the children. We need to change the culture in order to be a developed nation. We go on the train, we wait at the airport. It's very, very hard to see Malaysians spending time reading. But if you look at foreigners, yes, they will have a book and read whenever they have the time. So if we can change this, I believe, if we can change this from earlier on, having the children opportunity, the environment, to get them closer to the books, we can start off with something simple, just looking at the pictures. Picture book is something that's really important. It's very easy. Coloring books. And 2 days ago, I met teachers who teach their children to do coloring, storytelling, not by words, but by pictures, and they compile it and they sell the books. So that's a good start to get them into the habit of reading. And some might argue they are too young. The early, before the age of 7, it's too early to teach them to read. Yes, I agree. If you look at Finland, for example, whereby in Finland they only enter school at the age of 7. But when the children enter school at the age of 7, they are already able to read. It shows that reading skill and reading habit was instilled at home rather than by the teachers. So if we can learn something from them, I think Estonia also have this similar setup. So if we can change that culture, that habit at home, we can have a more conducive environment at home where the parents become role model to the children. I believe we can change our nation. From PISA survey also, we have seen that children, especially from those disadvantaged community, they don't have enough resources at home. They don't have computers. They don't have access to internet. They don't have enough books at home to access to. But they do have TV. Now, if we can twist that a little bit, we provide books to them. Last week, I went to a school, SJKT Ladang North Hammock in Klang, where the school, the teachers saw that the children are not very keen of reading. So they changed the environment. They changed the library to make it more conducive. They created reading corners everywhere, not only in the library, but also at the back of the school, in the corridor, under the stairways. They create a book corner almost everywhere at the canteen, so that whenever the children goes around, they lepak with their friends, they can just reach out to a book and read. 1 or 2 pages is good enough, as long as everybody start to read and having a close encounter with books everywhere. So I think if everybody doing this, and we can create this environment, this conducive, reading friendly environment at home, I'm sure this would help to change our habit. That would help to change the culture that we have in Malaysia. I wish one day we walk on the street, we go at the train station, at the airport, we will see Malaysians reading. And of course, we have a huge challenge now where smartphone is one of the culprit, I think. But if you look at it positively, having smartphone also an added value, because smartphone can introduce, we can introduce ebooks, digital reading material for the children. So this is probably something that we have to discuss further. This is not my area of expertise, but it is our concern that we need to work on this. We have a huge aspiration for our country, for the children of the future. This is, I believe, one of the simple but crucial change that we need to do in order to achieve what we intended. If we can change starting from the preschoolers this year, I believe in 10 years' time, when they set for teams and also for PISA, our country's result will be much, much better. And therefore, I hope that we use this opportunity on this platform of this convention to discuss and to find ideas of how we can make these changes. We are not factory to build machines. We develop human beings. So it took a long time to develop human being. And this development doesn't only happen in the classroom, in the school. We as a culture have to create a new way of thinking, a new way of understanding, and having the belief that all of us have a strong responsibility to change the country. And we do that by playing our role at our own level. As a parent, I, my wife, my children also need to change our behavior. So if everybody take that opportunity to change, I believe we can achieve whatever we plan for. If you look at during the COVID-19 pandemic, everybody have to take that responsibility, because we know it's not just the responsibility of the Ministry of Health to change that, but everybody took that responsibility. Everybody wear masks. We take our vaccine. So similarly, in terms of reading, if every single one of us, especially these 1,000 over people in this convention, will take this opportunity, you bring back and you change that for your children, I believe in 5 years' time, we are already a new country with a new habit, with a new culture of reading. And it is really important to do that. And if you can bring back one thing from my speech today, I hope that we can make this happen. It is simple, but it is really, really important to change the habit. And I hope the message is taken positively. As a teacher, as a parent, as a early childhood provider, or whatever function that we play, if every single one of us play this role, I believe we can change for our future. There are 3 themes, I believe, for this convention, where the first one, which is today, we look at early childhood challenges and development. The next one, being a parent in 21st century. And for day 3, enabling the children of the future to be life ready. We trust that you will see a lineup of speakers and topics truly reflect the mission and the agenda of the current dilemma we are all facing. So on behalf of the Ministry of Education, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the organizers, Kids Our Future and City University Malaysia, the speakers, and for the team for their willingness to share their thoughts and experience in this convention. And I hope that we will bring something important out of this convention. And I would like to thank again the organizer for inviting me to this convention. Thank you very much. Sekian, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Nation, which would be our future. our children. So thank you very much again. So we will now take a short 10 minutes intermission, and then we shall have the next session commencing with Dr. Noraini. Thank you very much, Dr. Ahmad Rafee. So don't forget, we still have 2 more Saturdays. You might not be giving keynote address the next 2 Saturdays, but please come, sir. We have a lot of ideas to share, and hopefully you can, of course, implement that on your wonderful ministry. Thank you very much. Short break, ladies and gentlemen. With this wonderful Abidin, Head of Program, PhD, City University in Malaysia, and she will be sharing with us ideas, frameworks, perhaps models on early childhood development, child education development areas. So, Doctor, the platform is yours. Share with us your thoughts, ideas, experience.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our parenting convention this morning, and thank you for inviting me for this session so that I can share my experience in terms of parenting, specific for the parenting skill, and also as what we call it, the administrator at ministry level. Because previously I was one of the government officer, so that I have a lot of information and understanding about how policy and how as a parent we can understand well, so that how when we start to put our child in the school system, and then we already prepare our child as a parent, so that the child not having a cultural shock when they enter the formal school system in education. Okay, so before that, as a parent, okay, you need to play your role as a parent to give some awareness to the children, to your to our children, to our kids. Then and besides that, we as a parent must have some objectives, some model that we need to refer, and then within the process at the early childhood stage, we can guide and nurture our kids in a appropriate development stage. Okay, I share with you. I think the content is actually 5 slides only, but give you some awareness. Actually, during our daily life, our routine, we start from early in the morning up to the at night sleeping time. We not really aware what actually we should do as a parent to provide them some awareness. Actually, this part is what we should do at this time. What we should do, and at this second stage what we should do. Okay, we normally as a parent wake up early in the morning, having the breakfast, and then lunch time, and then you play with your after the breakfast and to the lunch time, you have time because the parents go to work, and then the children have no direction if we don't provide. We as a parent not giving direction or clear schedule for them. So the time just passed by like that within from weeks to months and 2 years. And then if it just happened for years, okay, how the parent will miss the stage without proper direction and guidance from the parent. So now I would like to share with you the 5 principles and the key development areas for our kids. Okay, Go to the next. Okay. The 5 areas that we need to aware as a parent, but I'm aware that most of the today's parents, young parents, okay, they are very knowledgeable in child nature. Okay, I guess so because I see a lot of uh, information among these new parents in the Facebook or social media about certain aspect and asking ask question and answer by among them. Okay? So some of the parents really alert about what they should do at certain stage and what and if they have a problem among their children, so they try to explore new idea, new solution in order to prepare the child to the schooling stage. Correct? Okay. And then the 5 areas is about the first one is aesthetic that we know. It's about something that children love about the music and singing and body movement that they used to have at home. Yeah. And then about the cognitive aspect, and then emotional, language, and social. Okay, the 5 we must aware as a parent. You must aware that this 5 is the key principle for the parent to understand that on every precept they have different activity and different rules and regulation with not formal, not practiced formally. I mean, this form naturally to our kids. Okay, then how we want to do that? Yeah, how we want to do that? So the influencer to ensure this 5 principle happen is now I'm using the current terminology influencer like something like social media words. Okay? Influencer is the parent, of course. Yeah? And then the sibling also they become the influencer for our kids. Okay? And then the peers. Okay? The peers may be neighborhood area surrounding the child, or when the parents send the child to the center. We call it sometime in Malaysia, we call it transition center or child care center. And then environment around surrounding the kids, whether at home or the center, the children being faced by the parent, and tools and also materials they have around them. Okay? And we need also to look at whatever influencer or tools and material that we have. We must think about the impact of all of these areas that our children gone through daily. Okay? For the short term and long term impact, what happened to them? If it go every day like this, so what happened for the short term? What happened for the long term? And in order to prepare them for the to enter the schooling period, schooling stage. Okay? You must remember as a parent, when they are at home, they normally our kids don't have any formal rules and regulation formally. But when they enter the school or center, so they have a formal rules and regulation to follow. Okay? All these things, all this transition, the parent need to aware. Okay? And need to brief who is the next person will receive our kid. Yeah, I mean from home to center or taska or childcare, and then from childcare or early childhood center to normal education system in school. Okay? And all this transition period must be clear to the child, to our kids, that now we are moving from one stage to another. That's why in our key areas that we need to aware that when we give awareness to our kids that whether we cover the principle in the development of our child. That one is a language and social. And also, if you give awareness and then give direction to our kids, that means you are trigger or stimulate their cognitive ability to think about the future, what is going next and what is going next. Okay? So these are the things that you need to aware. How we want to combine these 5 areas to ensure that our kids aware from week to months and months to years. Okay? If this happen, and then I believe that our kids can see their development and their improvement at certain direction.
But most people, they are always searching for quick fix. Right. Is there any quick things that we can do that will increase awareness? Or do we need more practitioners? What is it that we can do quickly to get that to the things that you have just mentioned? If there are any.
It's not that easy to have a quick something like
something I can do tomorrow. Rather than if you change the word from something I can do tomorrow.
Okay. So that is in that case we need to it's a matter of communication. It's a matter of communication, a language. Okay. How this one can we can solve this problem is through language, and also to the thing that normally not happen in I'm not sure whether, but it happened in Malay cultures. Okay, our culture need to change from previous practice, the traditional practice to the today's practice. Okay, and to get this skill, I believe the parent need to have some training and attend certain seminar. Yes, like we have now. You need to become what do you call it? Proactive. When you have kids in your family, you need to become proactive. You cannot just let the time pass by like that. We need for this one, for next one, what should I do? What can I contribute to my kids? Okay, in order to prepare them to become one part of the child care center, part of school community. Citizen. Okay, so but can we go to the next? So therefore, I said the impact from these 5 areas that we need to think about so that we can balance up. Yes, then that is the challenge and development of our kids. Okay. Then the first one, how pandemic have changed our lifestyle. Okay. And then number 2, how to balance up our kids' daily routine with 5 areas of developmental principles stated just now. So I talk too fast. You know what?
Just
yeah, because we have students from China.
Oh, okay.
In online, so maybe I hope you can understand what I'm trying to.
I could translate in English.
Okay, so that you can get what my message very well. Okay.
I totally got it. You're telling me what I need to do. I need to have a diary.
All
right?
right.
In the diary, I need to ensure that my children see that. Because we have diary for work, but we don't really put our children in it. If they're not in it, they're not important. So we're planning to include that. Exactly what you're saying, right?
Yes,
yeah.
exactly.
Okay.
You must, if you have schedule for your kids, okay, for your only child, for below 4 child in the family, you need to have schedule. But remember, the schedule is not in wording, in words. Okay, they put 7:30. No, from 8 to 8:30 you have breakfast. Okay, 8:30 to 10 o'clock you have free time. You need to have a picture in your schedule. Okay, because this is happen normally when I visit preschool center almost throughout Malaysia. When I enter the classroom, okay, they have the daily schedule, but in Word. Okay, but you know what? In Word, I mean, just like the primary or secondary timetable. Okay, so I'm asked the teacher, what actually you do this schedule for whom? So for our kids, for our children. Okay, do you think our children understand? I mean, that we clearly, of course, if the child can read, it's a bonus. But we must remember, we also practice our child care center or Taska Kadika at a rural area where we have some orang asli. Okay, they're not been introduced with that reading skill yet. So what we should do is, your schedule must have time, and then the time also you need a picture of watch, and then the next is like breakfast. So you put a picture of nasi lemak, picture of that bihun of bread. So the child will relate that this period of time that they will have a breakfast. The picture is there, whether the bread or nasi lemak. And then the parent also might some more creative way, like something that you can stick and pull it out and put back the picture. And then from 10 to 12, you have free time, but you have to put the picture of book or watch any educational movie or movie through YouTube. You only set what is the link to access to that video, okay? And then through this practice at home within the early childhood stage, that means you already trigger them to follow rules and regulation at home already. They will start that skill at home. Then, so when the time comes when the kids enter the school, then they easily can practice this activity. And also remember that they have pilot training skill. Okay? Because when I talk about parenting, it's applied to parent for children with typical children and also for students with special needs. Okay, we must remember not all student what we call it developmental student, but also sometimes we have student child with special needs. Okay, so but the practice, like I say, schedule picture by schedule is applied to all actually, because children is easily to get learn from what we call it, picture and all the pictures around them. Okay, and then so that I try to answer number 2, how to balance up our kids' daily routine with 5 areas of developmental principles stated just now is in your schedule also. You need to aware that you also need time between you and your child, you and your kids. Okay, so how you want to have this interaction? Because normally I always observe, observe after they reach, they come back from the mom return from work, and then they bring the kids to the cafe or restaurant, and then have some fries. Normally the child will order fries, okay? So, and then after that, the parent will just watch the WhatsApp, play the WhatsApp, and then give one gadget to the kids, and then there's more communication between them. And I know that some not alert the time pass by just like that without any interaction and any communication whereby the children that the kid want to share something. If you don't ask, okay, what is your how your day today, my dear? Because that question not come from the parent.
Maybe because I'm sitting next to you, the message is very clear to me. Yeah?
Yes.
We have to care, we have to learn, make time for that.
Correct.
And if you need to know more, look for Dr. Noraini, City University Malaysia,
Yes.
registered now.
Yeah. For the masters and PhD
Masters and
program.
PhD program.
Okay.
So Dr.
I'm willing to help. Supervise you.
Recording in progress.
Thank you
Okay.
very much because our time is a bit limited. So we thank you again for giving your time this Saturday. I will give you a final 90 seconds speed.
Okay. Sure. Last slide, please.
Last slide, please.
Last slide. Come on, give me the last slide.
Yep.
I share with you 3 models. Actually, it's almost the same. Okay, to give awareness among the parents how from the we have the limitation between the child, the kids, and then the stage that how you need to enter another stage. I mean sibling, and then the community, the family, and then also the society. I mean the peers, the neighborhood. Okay? So you need to aware. Okay, but and then why I share with you 3 models because a lot of picture over there that to give awareness among the parents how we want to remind ourselves about our role and then how our role can impact our child development, our children development. I think that's all for today. But and this ecological and model is being practiced in 1990s by Professor Prof about the macro, meso, and macro system. And I'm one of the students of Professor Prof. I think that's all for today, and I hope I can share what I can share for this short period can benefit you all as a parent and give you awareness and direction for you to nurture your children. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ari. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big hand to Dr. Noraini sharing all of the thoughts and experience. Thank you again. Of course, if you need to see her, you know where to look for her.
City University.
City University, of course. And we are still in this wonderful online conference organized by Kids Our Future and City University. Yeah, okay, fantastic. So we are now ready to go to our next speaker, but this time it's hybrid. She's online, but we have our live audience here. Hopefully one of the speakers will sing with me, hopefully. Yeah, hopefully. Again, thank you very much, Dr. Noraini. Now, I will introduce...
Supervise you.
Thank you very much because our time is a bit limited. So we thank you again for giving your time this Saturday. I will give you a final 90 seconds speed.
Okay, sure. Last slide, please.
Last slide, please.
Last slide. Come on, give me the last slide.
Yep.
I share with you 3 models. Actually, it's almost the same. Okay, to give awareness among the parents how from the we have the limitation between the child, the kids, and then the stage that how you need to enter another stage. I mean sibling, and then the community, the family, and then also the society. I mean the peers, the neighborhood. Okay? So you need to aware. Okay, but and then why I share with you 3 models because a lot of picture over there that to give awareness among the parents how we want to remind ourselves about our role and then how our role can impact our child development, our children development. I think that's all for today. But and this ecological and model is being practiced in 1990s by Professor Prof. About the macro, meso, and macro system. And I'm one of the students of Professor Prof. I think that's all for today, and I hope I can share what I can share for this short period can benefit you all as a parent and give you awareness and direction for you to nurture your children. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Noraini. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big hand to Dr. Noraini, sharing all of her thoughts and experience. Thank you again. Of course, if you need to see her, you know where to look for her.
City University.
City University, of course. And we are still in this wonderful online conference organized by Kids Our Future and City University. Yeah, okay, fantastic. So we are now ready to go to our next speaker, but this time it's hybrid. She's online, but we have our live audience here.
All right.
Hopefully one of the speakers will sing with me, hopefully. Yeah, hopefully. Again, thank you very much, Dr. Noraini. Now, I will introduce our next speaker. Thank you very much again, Dr. Noraini. I will now be speaking to her live to you, but speaking to her online. Feels like a Star Wars kind of thing, but I'm pretty sure we could do it. Huh?
Sure.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm sorry that I'm going to stay seated.
Oh,
and
sure.
you're going to have to be standing.
All right.
Thank you very
Bye.
much. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are okay. We have on screen fantastic Dr. Inderbir Sandhu, specialist in gifted education, PhD in gifted education from Cambridge. You look so familiar, Doctor.
I was from UPM before.
Okay, no wonder you look so familiar. I was from that wonderful university too, when we had cows running around. We don't have
I
that
heard.
anymore.
When was this? 80.
Same-
Are you which batch?
Maybe same
We may be the
faculty.
same batch. I
Yeah.
was also from Pendidikan.
Right, okay. So thank you very much, Dr. Inderbir. Maybe you like to introduce yourself a wee bit before we go to the topic proper. Fellow,
Thank you so much, Dr. Saiful. You are
can't
Saiful.
quite hear you, unfortunately.
Oh, sorry.
But it's okay. The wonderful audience online should be okay.
I hope they can.
Yeah, no, very clear. You have a wonderful
Okay,
voice
okay.
indeed. Fantastic.
Thank
Matching
you.
with that wonderful face too. Fantastic.
Oh, okay. I must belanja you now.
Thank you very much. I'm such a sweet talker, am I not? Go ahead, Doctor.
Okay, I'm Inderbir and I specialize in psychology, specifically in gifted education. I've been doing gifted education for over, 25 years or so. So, and this is really a very passionate area for me. And I really hope to educate parents, teachers, and educators. I'm hoping to create more awareness in this area, which is actually quite raw in Malaysia, if I dare say that. Yeah, so what I'm going to do today is I'm going to talk a little bit about the basics of gifted education, understanding gifted children. And I hope that it will be an eye-opener for some of you. I'm sure some of you already know quite a bit about gifted education. Well, let's hope I will be able to contribute something. Yeah. So I'll share my slides.
Please do, please do.
Host has disabled my sharing.
You have to enable.
Can someone enable? Still disabled.
I was a TESOL student.
Oh, okay. I was PBMP.
Oh, okay. Next
door.
Next door.
Which batch were you in? We may be in the same batch.
I was with Karam Singh.
Karam Singh. No, I think you may be my junior or my senior or junior.
Junior, perhaps.
I was 88.
Okay, you were with Vijay.
Vijay, yes, we still remember.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, yes,
He was my colleague for a few years.
Okay.
And then he moved to New Zealand.
Oh wow, yes. I know. I know a lot about him. We have been quite close, and his wife who has passed away now.
He's extremely good in writing. He was one of the co-supervisors for my thesis.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh, cool. Wow, not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay,
Okay. So we
I'm
must
just
have
going to
crossed
share.
paths. I remember you so well. Your slide
Ooh,
is here.
okay, okay. That's good.
Platform is yours.
Okay, let me just, how do I do this? Okay. Okay. So what I'm going to talk about today is gifted children have special needs too, which means, they are part of special needs children as well. It's just that they are on the other spectrum. Okay. When you see this, can you tell that, you may have, I don't know, perhaps a child or a student who is actually, you're teaching that child very basic, for example, math, and that child is going on way more advanced. Have you encountered a child like that? If you have, you probably have a gifted child at home. Okay. So what I'm actually going to talk about today is, on giftedness, some characteristics, the biological differences, which a lot of people don't know. Then the different types of gifted children. You see, gifted children, they're not homogeneous. They're not just one. They're very diverse. Nature or nurture, the early years, which is so crucial for gifted children. And some misconceptions about gifted children: asynchronous development, I'll explain when I get to that, differential characteristics, and the possible problems attached to them being a little different from their peers. Identification, I'll touch a little bit about identification. Then I'm also going to touch on twice exceptional students. Now, twice exceptional, these are children who are gifted at the same time they have a particular learning disability. Okay. Okay, so just imagine this scenario. At 3 years old, Sophia knew many words, used bigger words, had good vocabulary, and insisted on precise words. Another scenario. At 5, Aaron recognizes a nanny who cared for him till he was 2 years old, but never saw her since. At 4, Nora sobbed uncontrollably when she watched news clip of people dying of COVID. At 5, Rahim can sit and play with an instrument or a toy instrument for a long period to figure out songs and make up his own. At 6, Meng was explaining the solar system in detail to his grandfather. Now, when you look at these kids, and this is real, I didn't make all this up. These are some of my clients actually. When you look at this, you can clearly see that, hey, these children are different. Okay. Now, these children are actually gifted children. Okay, let's go on. Okay, we'll just very quickly look at the definition. I know, you're not really interested in this. So the simple definition is, individuals, anyone who show high evidence of high performance capability in areas such as intellectual, creative, artistic, leadership, capacity, academic fields, specific academic fields. It can be math, science, it can be language, any field. And who actually requires services or activities not ordinarily provided by the school in order to fully develop their potential. Okay, so in short, actually is an individual who is naturally, when I say naturally, I mean they are born this way. You cannot make a child gifted, like a child with special needs. You cannot make a child will not have special needs later in life. They're born like that. Gifted children are also born. They are naturally endowed with a high degree of mental ability or extraordinary ability in an exceptional level of performance and an exceptional level of performance in one or more areas of expression. Okay, let me get into the details. Now, this Renzulli, I really like this researcher because he has really gone deep into it, and I believe I go by how he defines giftedness. So what he looks at giftedness as is, based on these 3 interlocking ring. So we call it the 3-ring conception of giftedness. Of course, the first one will be above average ability. Now, this will be top 15 to 20% within any domain. When we say 15 to 20%, we are also including gifted, talented children. So gifted and talented children. Okay. So, and individuals, next is creativity, and individuals' original and interesting thinking, curiosity, willingness to take risk, and openness to new ideas. Then we have task commitment, and individuals' focus, perseverance, dedication, self-confidence, and ability to carry out work. Now, all these 3 rings, so which is why we call it interlocking rings, they actually make a gifted child. Okay, so these are actually gifted behavior. Now, the traditional definition of gifted children are those with only high intellectual capabilities, and that is not right. They need to have creativity and task commitment as well, because history does not remember anyone who merely scored well on IQ tests. So what? Okay, now there's another term here, multiple intelligences. A lot of people think that, this is synonymous to giftedness. I'm afraid it's not. Multiple intelligences, this would be something all of us have. Okay, it's proposed by Howard Gardner, another big name in studying intelligence. Now, all of us have multiple intelligences. That means we have all these. We have nature smart, people smart, number smart, picture smart. We have this all, but at varying degree. So we may have strength in certain areas. For example, okay, let's say, I have strength in maybe interpersonal intelligence, and I may have strength in linguistic intelligence, but I will not have strength in every area. However, I have capabilities in all these areas. It's just that the degree will be different. Of course, there is a 9th one as well today, which is still being debated, but I believe it exists, which is existential. This is on spiritual intelligence. Okay, so now when you look at this graph here, this is the bell curve. Okay, it's a normal distribution. Most of us, the majority of any given population will be between IQ of 70 to 130. Okay, and most school-going population will be, school-going population means population that may not need any extra educational help will be about 68%. Okay, so 68% people will fall within 15 IQ point of the average score of 100. Okay, so 100 is considered average, an average IQ score. Now, and the normal range is usually considered between 90 to 110. So the majority of people may be from 90 to 110 IQ level. Now, let's go beyond that. When you see someone who is above 130, now this is what we call the gifted range. Okay, so IQ 130 above, you only have about 2%. Okay, so children with 130 and above IQ score, they would need special provision, special educational provision that would match their needs. Now, if you look at the other extreme, below 70, an IQ of below 70, these are intellectual disability, challenges, generally involves a score below 70 points. So when these children at the other end of the spectrum need special provision, why not? Why aren't gifted children being given that special provision as well? So, this is why, this is the topic, gifted children have special needs too, because they are the minority at both ends of the bell curve. Okay, and of course, if you're 145 and above, we call that profoundly gifted. Very, very few, 0.1% of any given population, and they need even more help when it comes to education. Okay, so they don't breeze through education as a lot of people may think. Okay, let's look at the characteristic. I mentioned earlier, general intellectual ability, in general, specific academic aptitude that will be subject-based, creative thinking and production, leadership, leadership comes in as well, psychomotor ability, visual and performing art. Okay, so these are the general characteristics. They may have one or more. Okay, I'm just going to talk about a few common distinct characteristics. Please note that it is non-exhaustive. There are a lot more, but I will just touch on the more distinct ones. Now, you will see that, as babies, they have unusual alertness. They're very alert as babies. They look everywhere. They want to keep looking. Okay, rapid learner. They learn very quickly. They're able to put things together very rapidly. Their memory is amazing. The scenario I gave you, of the child being able to remember his nanny who only worked for them till he was 2 years old, and he's 5 years old now, and yet he could remember. Memory, okay, and they don't need a lot of practice. Okay, avid and early reader, read extensively, and because of that, their vocabulary is large. Now, not every gifted child is going to be an avid reader. Okay, some are late bloomers. They take time to read. Some may have a learning disability, for example, some may be dyslexic, yet they can be gifted. Learn basic skills better, quickly, with less practice. Ability to pick up and interpret non-verbal cues. So, even a very young gifted child will be able to tell if you, as a parent, you roll your eyes and, you're upset. They know when you're upset. So, you have to be very careful not to have arguments with your spouse or anyone else in the household in front of a child. I mean, that for that matter, you should not be having any arguments in front of children. But specifically, if you have a gifted child at home, that child is going to pick on your emotion very quickly. Take less for granted, seeking the hows and whys, very highly inquisitive, which, can be quite frustrating for some parents. Self-directed, independent, and they are able to concentrate for very long periods. They have a lot of energy. Again, not every one of them would have boundless energy, but a good number of them have a lot of energy, and this may lead to them being misdiagnosed as having ADHD, for example. Some of them have a very keen and unusual sense of humor. They can be class clowns sometimes. They have a preference for older company. Why? Because their cognitive level is much higher, and they feel that people who are older would understand them better. It's not that they prefer older company per se. It's just that the communication is better. Older people may understand them better. Okay, keen powers of observation. They've got a very keen eye for details. They're able to see abstract relationship patterns, alternative views. This, of course, as they get older, diverse interests and intensely focused. We call them storehouse of information. They know so much because they read so much. They do not forget. Even if they don't read, they just need to explore, experience. They don't forget. Ability to generate sound explanation, theories, ideas, and solutions. They're often skeptical. They can be very critical and evaluative. Okay, and they're very quick to spot inconsistencies. Simple thing like, if you're a parent and your child in preschool goes to school and comes back and you had changed some arrangement of the furniture just a little bit, or you just put one pot to elsewhere, that kid is going to be able to spot that. Vivid imagination, amazing imaginations they have. Intrinsically motivated, which means motivation that comes from within. Okay, they are not motivated for any gain, for any reward as such, but they are motivated because they're very passionate about what they're doing. Reveal unusual, unique responses, sometimes to the annoyance of especially teachers and maybe parents. They usually demonstrate perfectionism, which is good and bad. Okay, I'll talk about it in a bit. Unusually perceptive. They're very perceptive and they have heightened sensitivity. They can be very sensitive. Idealism and sense of justice at an early age appear intense in expression of feelings of justice and empathy. For them, justice is very important. You got to be fair. Okay, preoccupied with own thoughts, or we call them daydreamers sometimes. Okay, so what sets them apart from their peers is actually the ability they have to make connections which an average child would fail to. And most of this happened with very, very little learning. Okay, I'm just gonna let you see this. This is actually a gifted brain. So if you have a look at this, the cells have developed more dendritic branches, creating more possibilities for synaptic connections. There are more connections among the cells that have developed. More glial cell production results in more myelination of the axon and faster synaptic exchanges. I know you don't understand all this. So what this is actually, what they're trying to say is that, you see, when a child is born, we have 100 billion neurons. Everyone would have that. Now, the difference would be the stimulation will cause a lot more connection in the brain. So the firing of neurons is even more in a gifted child's brain, as you can see here. Okay, this is someone who's average in maths. So when you can see what sparks, okay? The sparks are, the red thing, that's when the neurons are firing. And those who are gifted in math, you can see the firing is a lot more. So because of that, it results in the gifted brain requiring higher levels of complexity, depth, novelty, and acceleration in their learning experiences. So it's not just that, I'm not just saying it, but there is proof. Their brain is different. Okay, now let's have a look at this. Now, is there a biological difference? A lot of people don't know this, but there is a biological difference between a child who is gifted and a typical child. So one is increased cell production. So when the cell production is increased due to stimulation, it also increases synaptic activity. And synaptic activity actually means because of that, the increase of synaptic activity, it leads to increased thought processes, therefore the ability to process more complex thought. So you see, their brain is doing it. More prefrontal cortex activity in the brain. Now, prefrontal cortex activity is, your executive functioning, higher decision making. Now, because of the increased activity, it leads to insightful and intuitive thinking. More alpha wave brain in the brain, and also it is sustained longer, which allows for more relaxed and more focused learning, and at the same time, greater retention and integration. So you see, they already have that ability. Gifted children, they have that ability. The brain rhythms of the gifted child occur more often. So increased concentration, because of that rhythm that happens more often, they have increased concentration, attention, investigation, and inquiry.
Dr. Inderbir, if I may, a question,
Sure.
I was in a debating group for a long time. And we were trained to if you go to the public speaking part, in the prelim, you'll be given 10 minutes to prepare your speech.
Yes.
As you progress, you will be given 5 minutes. We had the opportunity to get to the finals, whereby you walk in front of the judges. One of them would hand you a topic, and then here you go. You have to speak for 10 minutes.
Yes.
Would that kind of training have any impact on increasing the possibility of giftedness in a particular person?
See, you cannot increase giftedness because that is something you're born with. and because of certain stimulation and trigger, you actually, that behavior can be observed. But if you don't, if you're not born gifted, of course, any kind of practice is going to help, but it's not going to make you gifted. Any kind of practice, a bright child, a very bright child can do very well because, they practice a lot, they're very hardworking, they can do way better than a gifted child. A gifted child already has it. So it's just a matter of giving the child the right opportunities to develop the brain further.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Please proceed.
Let me continue now. Now, Betts and Nehat, I know this is quite old, 1988, but we still use it today. They came up with this really interesting types of gifted children. So they came up with 6 different types. Of course, I believe there are more, and I also believe they overlap. Okay, so the one that is easily identifiable, that accounts for about 90% of gifted of gifted children who are identified in special programs. We call them type 1, the successful. Then we have the challenging. Now, this group may not be identified, especially not by teachers, because they are divergently gifted, and they can, as you see the word challenging, they can be quite challenging, okay, but they're very intelligent, they're gifted. The underground, now these type of gifted children are the ones who want to fit in their peers, and that's and Nehat, from their research, they find that they usually, they say middle school girls, who, for them, being good in study is a very nerdy behavior, and because they're going through puberty, they want to fit in their peers. Okay, so they start masking their abilities. Okay, so that is the underground. Then we have the dropout. Now this is the sad one. These are gifted children from homes that are not conducive, angry, they feel rejected, their needs have not been met, they have been ignored. So they may act out or be defensive or may be depressed and withdrawn. Now, if they are gifted individuals in prison, they would be the dropouts. Okay, so they don't do very well in life just simply because they are not understood. So they're very frustrated, they're very angry. Then we have the double label. This is those who have both giftedness and at the same time they have a special need that needs attention. So they are typically either ignored because they are perceived as average or referred to remedial assistance. So basically, their weakness is focus, not their strength, which is quite sad actually. We call them the double label, 2E. Then we have the autonomous learner. Of course, this is the best type of gifted children, which of course, it's not the majority. There's very few like that. Those who go through good programs and they are able to nurture their gifts, they are really asset to the country. Okay, so they use the system to create new opportunities. They get on very well with everyone. They usually don't have a lot of issues because they use their gifts to work the system for them. Okay, so that's just an overview of the 3 types. So just an example, this is real actually, what is going on in their minds. So what is going on in your mind? It's something like, I don't think people understand how stressful it is to explain what's going on in your head when you don't even understand it yourself. So it's very sad because they're not given attention. Okay, now I want to get to another part of giftedness, which I think will help you understand and appreciate it even more. So nature and nurture. Are gifted children born gifted, or can they be nurtured to be gifted? As I've repeated a few times, they are born gifted. You cannot make someone who's not gifted, you cannot turn them into someone who's gifted. Just like someone who's born normal, you cannot make them have a special need. Okay, same thing. Remember the both end of the spectrum. So can a bright child perform better than a gifted child? Anytime. You don't have to be gifted to get straight A's. Okay, that's no different there. Would providing all kinds of educational materials and devices help make a child gifted in early childhood? Again, you don't make a child gifted, they're born. Because if that is possible, I mean, every child in the world would be close to being a gifted child, and that's not going to happen. Okay, this is my story. I love this story. I think I think some of you who know me must have heard this a few times. Okay, the rubber band analogy. Now, I call it the rubber band story. Just imagine intelligence as a rubber band. Okay, so children, like rubber bands, they come in different stretch quality, just like intelligence. Okay, so intelligence is nature. Stretching the rubber band helps reduce rigidity. See, when you keep stretching rubber band, the rigidity will decrease, right? So, but there is a limit on how much you can stretch the rubber band, okay? Of course, what does it depend on? It depends on the size of the rubber band, the quality of the band, okay? So that is what we call nurture. Now, I'm not talking about gifted child yet. I'm just talking about any child at this point. Now, look at this. You just imagine a gifted child's intelligence can be equated to a large rubber band. So the more we challenge a child, the more we stretch the intelligence. Okay, let me show you this. Okay, so this is the gifted child. Imagine. This is the bright child. This is the average child. And this is the weaker child. Okay, so I'm sure you get an idea. Look at the gifted child back, and you can really stretch it probably a lot. Okay, now what happens if you don't stretch? So imagine stretching the rubber bands, a large one, a medium one, a small one, and a tiny one, or not stretching any of them. So if the large rubber band is left without stretching and the smaller one is stretched, it is likely that the smaller one will expand. So imagine the rubber band that is not stretched as the gifted child who is not stimulated. I go back here. So let's say you don't stretch this rubber band. You keep stretching this one, the bright one. You keep stretching and stretching. What will happen is this one will produce better results. Will this one not be gifted anymore? No. Once gifted, once born gifted, you die gifted. No one can take that away from you. Whether it lies dormant, that really depends on nurture. Okay? So imagine the rubber band that is not stretched as a gifted child who is not stimulated. And this is so unfair for them. Okay, so what do we as parents and teachers do? You use educational materials. You even though these materials may not create a gifted child, it's actually a very good idea to use them for variety and stimulation, especially if it can help promote interest in a certain area. So yes, you should be using a variety of educational material. They don't have to be expensive. Okay, they don't have to be expensive, but they need to stimulate your child. Okay, so of course you use them to nurture, not push your child. So nature versus nurture, no such thing. They work together. Okay, nature and nurture together. Okay, so the early years, this is actually a very crucial year in shaping a child's interest in learning. Parents, in general, any child, parents need to be aware of their child's emerging abilities and competencies, and at that time begin to interact with the child accordingly. Now, children are going to show what they're really interested in. Of course, when they're very young, what you need to do as parents is to explore, allow them to explore and see which area they seem to be more interested in, and maybe allow a little more in that area to stimulate them further. Now, the way children feel about learning depends upon how parents view them and how parents view learning themselves. So for parents and educators, you need to create an environment in which there is excitement, there is challenge and feeling of success. They need to feel that they have accomplished. I'm still talking about any child. I've not gone into gifted children. So children who find success and learn that making mistake is a positive part of the learning process. They actually develop a feeling of competence and they strive to be the very best that they can be. Okay. So imagine gifted children, parents or educators are actually in the ideal position to develop this feeling of competence and self-worth in children. Okay. And unfortunately, gifted children who are not identified early enough, what happens is that they are not appropriately challenged and they lose motivation to excel. And at the end of it, it results in underachievement. And we don't want that. So, caution here. It is very hard to motivate children later in adolescence when they have become used to, accustomed, doing less than they are capable of accomplishing. Now, when, you know, in primary school, it's easier. It's much easier to motivate them. But once they are adolescents, now other things become more important. Okay, their peers and everything else, you know, because teenagers are such, all the hormone, range of hormones and such. Okay, let's look at some misconceptions about gifted children. Now, just have a look at this list and maybe, oops. Oh, sorry. You're not supposed to see this yet. Okay, so, okay, I accidentally pressed that, so you already know. Now, they may not be high achievers. Not true. They can, they may or may not be high achievers. It can go either way. Emotional maturity may not be as advanced as their intellect. May have emotional or interpersonal issues. Do not enjoy demonstrating talents and abilities for others. Parents can identify giftedness in their own children. Most educators may not know how to work with gifted children. Most schools are geared for average learners, which makes the gifted less excited about school. Now, these are all facts. This is true. Okay, this is true. Let me go to the one that's busted. Why can't I go back? Okay, so this is all not true. Gifted children are gifted in all areas of academic. No, not true. Giftedness is entirely a matter of hard work. No. They are equally mature in all areas, academic, physical, social, and emotional. Very, very untrue. Children become gifted because their parents push them, force them. No such thing. Gifted children will become eminent adults, not necessarily. In fact, a good number of them just scrape through. Gifted children do not have learning disabilities. Not true at all. So gifted children who have learning abilities, we call them twice exceptional. Gifted children are not aware that they are somehow different from others. Wrong. They are actually aware. Okay? And it becomes they feel different from other children and they don't understand why if no one helps them. If you tell gifted children they have advanced abilities, they will become egotistical. Not true. They don't tend to show off. It's their parents who show off, not them. Okay, so this is busted, and you know, then later these are facts. The one I mentioned earlier. Sorry, the slide didn't go the way I went. Okay, now do gifted children develop evenly in all areas? Okay, so our expectation as parents and as teachers is that nice to see the gifted child to be perfectly normal in every way, except the ability to perform academic tasks. So you want them to be age appropriate in every way, except for cognitive. Okay, now children may be gifted in a very narrow field or may have all-round high ability, but often there is a discrepancy between their intellectual, their social, and emotional development. Okay, it's very common. So Just an example here. Imagine this case. Adam, at 4 years old, reading level, this is a gifted child. Reading level is 10-year-old, at 10-year-old level. Math level is at 7-year-old. Writing abilities like another 4-year-old. It's normal, it's common. Okay? So this is what we call asynchronous development. Okay? Uneven. Asynchronous is uneven development. And gifted children go through this a lot. So what is asynchronous development? It's a development in which advanced cognitive abilities and heightened sensitivity or intensity combine to create inner experiences and awareness that are qualitatively different from the norm. So they're different. This asynchrony increases with higher intellectual capacity. So the higher the level of the higher their intellectual capacity, the bigger, the larger the gap. Now, the uniqueness of the gifted actually renders them particularly vulnerable and requires modification. Okay, so they need modification in the way we parent them, the way we teach them, and in counseling. Why? So that they are able to develop optimally. So what is the problem? It is hard to fit in consistently because we expect them to keep fitting in wherever we send them as parents and even as teachers. You're in my class, you fit in this class, because if you don't fit in, it's difficult for me to teach. So it is so hard to fit in consistently when so much of the child's environment is structured by chronological age. Okay, if you're 7 years old, that's it, you should be in standard 1. If you are 8 years old, standard 2. You know, we don't have a lot of acceleration, which may be the least relevant aspect to his or her development. Okay? For example, look at this cartoon. You know, the teacher looks at this child and say, just look at his handwriting. How can he be gifted? Imagine this is a classroom for gifted children. Okay? Now, handwriting is one thing, you know, you will find a lot of advanced children are not very good at. Why? Because writing is boring. Writing is boring for them. And their academic skills is so high up. They have all these thoughts in mind, but they cannot put them in words because it's slow. Because they are just 5 years old. They're thinking at 9-year-old, but they're still writing as a 5-year-old. And what happens is that they become frustrated. They do not enjoy writing. So, you know, so you have to think of creative ways to help them write, to help them enjoy writing, because obviously writing is important. It develops the fine motor skill and they need that. Okay, now we'll have a look at differential characteristics and problems, possible problems attached to it. Okay, so I call it the positives and the not so positive. Now, you will see that gifted children, they have some strength that actually may be seen as a weakness. For example, you know, they retain information quickly. And because of that, and a problem that is associated is that they may be impatient with others because people are not as quick as them. They don't understand and they become annoyed. Okay, they don't like basic routine. They are inquisitive, which is a strength. They search for significance. And because of that, because they are so inquisitive, sometimes they ask embarrassing questions, sometimes it's excessive. So it's difficult for teachers to manage them in class sometimes. So they're intrinsically motivated, motivation that comes from within them, you know, without any reward. And because of that, they are very strong-willed and they don't want direction because they direct themselves. They enjoy problem solving. They're able to conceptualize, synthesize. Because of that, they of course resist routine practice and they question procedures. Why is the rule such? Why? There's a lot of why. Because it's not because they're trying to put down or make fun of teachers, you know, but they need to know. They need a rational answer. seeks cause-effect relationship. Because of that, they do not like unclear, illogical areas. So, for example, tradition. Why should we do this? Why is this? This is a ritual. Why should we do? You need to explain, okay, or feelings. So for them, there has to be a reason for everything. Emphasizes truth, equity, and fair play. Because of that, they always worrying about humanitarian concerns, world concerns. They seek to organize things and people. Okay, this is actually a leadership quality. Unfortunately, because of that, they may construct rules that are, of course, good for them, but may be complicated for others, and they may be seen as being bossy. You know, sometimes you say, "Oh, this kid is very bossy." You will not say this kid has leadership qualities. They have large vocabulary, advanced, broad information, and because of that, they may use words to manipulate parents, teachers, and they can get bored with school and age peers, which is very common. They have high expectations of themselves and of others. You see, they expect a lot from themselves, and at the same time, they expect a lot from others. Because of that, they may be intolerant towards people who may be weak or may not understand what they're trying to explain. They become perfectionists. Everything they do, they rather do it perfectly or not do it at all. This can happen for some children. They may not even want to take part in a competition if they are not sure of winning. Okay, and because of that, this can lead to depression once they get older. Creative or inventive likes new ways of doing things. Because of that, they may be seen as disruptive, especially in class, because teachers have their syllabus to teach, and you know, this is how you do it, this is how I'm teaching you, you do it this way. But when you do it in a different way, it disrupts. It disrupts the whole teaching dynamic. So, you know, that's an issue as well. They have intense concentration, long attention span, and persistence in areas of interest. And I'm not talking about video games, okay? We don't even go close to that. That's an addiction, okay? So because of that, they neglect duties of people during periods of focus, resist interruption, stubbornness. I mean, you may have a child who is so engrossed in doing their maths, you're just so engrossed with trying to solve a mathematical problem that you keep calling them, come, you know, Meng, come and have your dinner. They just don't listen. Okay, they're not being stubborn. They need to solve that problem first. It's that strong need that they have. Okay, now last one on strength and the possible weakness. So they are very sensitive. They have empathy. They want to be accepted. They want to fit in. Because of that, they become very sensitive to criticism or peer rejection. So if the peers don't accept them, and in some cases when the peers cannot understand them, they are not accepted in that group, and it's very painful for them. Okay, and they are very sensitive. So teachers, parents, you have to be very careful when you put them down. Okay, we should not put any child down for that matter. But for gifted children, because of their heightened sensitivity, they take it more seriously. High energy, alertness, and eagerness. As I said, not all will have, but some of them have very high energy, and they may be frustrated with inactivity, may be seen as hyperactive. For example, a child in kindergarten, early years, teachers expect, okay, everybody sit down, everybody, children are 3-4-year-old cannot sit still. You cannot expect them to sit and do nothing. So what they do, they start throwing pen or throwing something at another one. They're not doing it because they want to trouble the teacher. They're doing it because they need that stimulation. They have to do it. They need to do something. Independent, prefers individualized work, self-reliant, and because of that, they may reject on everyone's input, even if it's the parent or the teacher. Okay, non-conformity, they do not conform. Diverse interests and abilities, versatility may appear disorganized. Sometimes they may appear like a scatterbrain because they are trying to do so much in a short time. So they get frustrated themselves. Strong sense of humor, of course, not all, but a good number of them have very strong sense of humor, which peers or parents or teachers may misunderstand, and it's very likely that they can become class clown for attention. Say, because I need to stimulate myself. So, I'm making these silly jokes and everybody's laughing. Oh wow, I'm accepted. Okay, I'm going to do it more. Okay.
Doctor,
Yes.
as we are moving towards the tail end of our session, let's just insert a question here. In terms of those who are supposed to be teaching them, would it be better if the person is also gifted?
You
The
see,
teacher.
if the person is gifted, it'll be very good. But no, you don't need someone to be gifted to teach a gifted child. You need someone to have had some training and understanding in how best to teach a child who is advanced. You don't need a gifted teacher. If you have a gifted teacher, awesome. But I know many teachers who are very good, you know, who are able to understand children without even being gifted themselves. But they are good teachers.
Yeah. Another question, and then maybe I'll give you 2-3 minutes to encapsulate all the things that you have shared. Yeah, you mesmerized us with all your wonderful explanations. We wish that could be a 2-3 hour talk, but
yes, I know.
to get through again.
Restricted, yes, yes.
But coming back to that idea, is there another school of thought that says that it can be nurtured?
No.
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 Okay.
Giftedness is born, and till today there isn't any proof otherwise. You see, it's a brain thing, so that's something you're born with.
Yeah, because a lot of questions came to me all asking about that. That's why I had to ask you again.
Okay. No, you cannot make a child gifted, but you can make a child very good in what they do. You can use similar methods to teach gifted children to any child, if the child accepts it. Okay. So giftedness is just another. It's just so different, and you know you can. Yeah. Okay.
Make it clear for everybody. So we probably be asking for your summation, summary of what you have shared with us.
Oh, okay. Okay, so how to identify, of course, you know, the objective and subjective methods. Subjective methods in Malaysia, in Singapore, we don't really use. In Western countries, yes, there are a lot of subjective methods that use. Of course, intelligence test will be, it's not the most accurate method, but it is, you know, it gives you a very good idea of where your child stands and the areas of strength and weakness. Okay, so as teachers, you know, how can you tell if there's a gifted child in your class? You'll see that they finish work very early. They seem to be quite bored, and some of them actually disrupt others. Once they finish their work, they disrupt others. Either they're bored or they are just not stimulated. Okay, so there may be times when a student will correct a teacher's mistake in front of the class before considering the consequences. And, you know, that's quite difficult for the teacher, but they do that, and they are not trying to put you down. That's the difference. It's just for them, this is wrong. I cannot have this wrong. I have to have it corrected. So as teachers, you need to show patience. Okay, you have to be very patient with them. So, you know, this is interestingly, I like this cartoon because, you know, I think it's so funny. To ensure a fair selection, you all get the same test. You must all climb that tree. Now, you cannot have diverse children doing one test and determining their future based on that one test. Okay, so different children have different needs, and they need to be captured in different various tests. So best enrichment activities for gifted children, it has to be meaningful, it has to be varied, stimulating, and accelerated. Okay, just a little bit about twice exceptional, the double label that, you know. So these are a child who possesses an outstanding gift due to their intellectual abilities, but who also has areas of relative weakness due to their special need. So they are at the both end of the spectrum. So they can be both gifted and have a learning disability. So that, you know, it's very sad. We call them twice exceptional because they're exceptional both ways. They're actually trapped between two worlds, the two extremes. So many have the internal motivation and belief in their ability, yet they lack confidence in certain areas, you know, which is common with children who have learning disabilities. So they tend to have high expectations of themselves, but they are very frustrated because these abilities does not allow them to, you know, advance. May develop an overdeveloped fear of failure. experience the paradox of feeling bored and confused at the same time, leading to increased frustration. So they really need help both sides, and not only in their weak area, even in their strength. Okay, so this is how we did. This is a child who is twice exceptional. The child, you give an intelligence test, the child is gifted. You test a child for dyslexia, the child is dyslexic. You test a child for ADHD, the child is ADHD. So this is a typical case of twice exceptional. They need help everywhere. Every disability, they need help, and every ability, they need help as well. Okay, so a quick lookout for teachers. You will see a child who is bright but difficult, may act out in class, or be troublemaker, class clown. Verbally gifted student with highly advanced oral vocabulary, but when it comes to writing comprehension, it's so simple. A student who has mastered maths concepts before they are taught, but when it comes to computation, they struggle. Asynchronous development, large splits between strengths and weaknesses. A teacher or parent may be able to see that. I think a teacher will be able to see better because you are in that environment. A student who loves to learn, hates going to school. Okay, so
that would be me, Doctor.
that would be hey, gifted. Hate to learn, hate to go to school, but love to learn. Very interesting. Okay, so this is bright. I like this. This is bright. 2 horses, riding on 2 horses. Wow, your speed is awesome. Gifted, you are on cheetah. And look at twice exceptional. How sad is that? One is a cheetah and one is a turtle. A tortoise. So, it's like one side you are really so advanced and another one is pulling you back. So where do you stand? Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Inderbir. I know you're still very excited as we are, but unfortunately,
yes, I know.
we
So
have to. You are on your concluding notes already.
Yes.
So,
our goal is actually to challenge our children regardless of how smart they are, and we need to stretch their minds as best as we can, regardless of whether they're gifted or not. So anything that helps exercise a child's brain in different ways would support the child's learning. Remember, not every child no child can be turned into a gifted child, but each child can certainly be challenged to achieve maximum potential. Okay, so that's all I have. I hope that you have. I hope it's an eye opener for some of you, and I hope
yes. So thank you very much again, Dr. Inderbir, and she has kindly also shared her contact. If you have any queries, questions, things you want to talk, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
she'll
and
be
to parents,
very keen to entertain.
just one thing to parents out there. The next speaker is going to be a friend of mine, Zuhairah. She's the president for the National Association for Gifted Children. So, if you feel that you have a gifted child at home and you need support, please join the association. You can check with her all the details.
Thank you very much again, Dr. Inderbir. Thank you for sharing all these wonderful ideas at our conference.
Thank you for having me.
For online education parenting. And of course, it's great to know that you're from UPM too.
Yes.
All right, thank you very, very much. So our next presenter is also very ready, and it is fated that she is also a friend of.
Yes.
So
good luck, Zuhairah.
Extending some part of your. Thank you very much, Dr. Inderbir. Now we would like to get the audience to be ready to another session by Miss Zuhairah. As mentioned earlier, she is with from Taman Pendidikan Raihan, and her specialty will be talking about literacy. And she's an literacy and education activist. She's a fireball, actually. I interviewed her once. She has like so much energy and so many stories inside energy that she will be emitting to all of us. Even on an online platform, you'll feel her. You'll feel her. Not fear her. You'll feel her. Ladies and gentlemen, without further delay, may I invite Ms. Zuhairah Ali. You introduce yourself a wee bit, and then straight away you can go into the topic that you are so keen to share with us at this wonderful conference. Go ahead, Ms. Zuhairah, the platform is yours. And thank you again, Dr. Inderbir.
Well, Assalamu alaikum and good morning to everybody. After Dr. Can you hear me?
Yes, very clear, very clear.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Saiful. I'm here with met before online. There seems to be an echo. Would you like to address that?
I think it's okay, yes.
It's all right?
Yeah, it's all right, it's all right. Over here it's okay because we have live audience as well as online audience.
Right. All right. Okay. So my topic, first thing I'd like to say, thank you very much to the organizers for actually inviting me or accepting my offer to speak today. I'm very passionate about reading. Gadgets is something that is really new to me, but I have some experience. But today I will be covering gadgets, reading, and the child's mind. Right. Next, please.
Ms. Zuhairah, are you with us? I think she was about to talk
This
about.
slide.
Okay, you're back online.
All right, I'm going to make it very, very informal. I'm not going to be, you know, because I don't have much information to share, but I just want to actually make you think and make you ponder about how you look at this situation. So whether you like it or not, with the influx of technology in our lives, it's impossible to get your child away from smartphones and computers, but sooner or later they'll be exposed to gadgets. So let's find out. The first thing I'll talk about is the child's brain. I think, you know, 0 to 5 years old, a lot of you may know what the child's brain is like. The next thing I'd like to talk about is gadgets for the young. Is it okay? You know, the fact that you see children at malls and at the restaurants, looking at iPads and having fun with them, is that really okay? Then what happens when your child reads or when you read to your child? The fourth is reading, books versus gadget. And the last thing is what's next? What next? Next slide. I'm beaming from another area, another part of the country. It's not my home ground. That's the reason why I'm using this. Okay, briefly speaking, I won't get too technical about in my presentation. A lot of you may not know, or a lot of you may know that the child's brain before birth develops this way. In 3 weeks, it's that large and it increases in size. And by the 5th, 7th, 11th, and 4th month, weeks and months, it gets bigger until you get the newborn. Next slide, please. Okay. 90% of a child's brain development happens before age 5. So what happens between those ages are very, very crucial. I attended a seminar once and there was a comment on that in which somebody said, you know, why waste so much money on early childhood development? More money should be spent on university. Obviously, the commenter did not understand that the child's brain and the development of a child and the development of a human being, the foundation is at during the early age or even before birth. I'll talk about my own experiences as well, not as a researcher, of when I would stimulate the baby in my womb with all sorts of things, either read the Quran, you know, play music, talk to the baby. And I think that research has shown that there is some stimulation done pre-birth that can affect the child before the child is born. So sometimes when you say before the age of 5, it's actually even before birth, arguably. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay. So gadgets, screen time for the young. Is it okay? What do you think? Would you like to put it in the chat box? You've got your comments. What do you really think? Do you think screen time for the young is okay, or is it, something that should be avoided at all costs, or you don't have a choice because you don't have a babysitter? What do you think? I see your chats. You can't see your chats here. Okay. Or maybe Dr. Saiful can read out anything there. All right. So far, nothing, right? All right. So let's go to the next
Ms.
slide.
Zuhairah, I'm cool with gadget, as long as there's a certain limit to it in terms of time. But that's just me,
Right. But then you're looking at what age group? Are you looking at birth? Are you looking at 1-year-olds? Are you looking at 2-year-olds? So my scope at this moment is about 0 to 6. And as you can see, if you look at the World Health Organization, according to the guidelines on physical activity, sedentary behavior, and sleep for children under the 5 years of age, it says that sedentary screen time, which means gadgets, includes watching television or videos or playing computer games. Obviously, it extends to phones and to iPhones and other iPads and other equipment that we use, and smartphones. Next, please. Marcus, next. Okay. So you can see here, blue screen time recommendations by age are: the infant that is less than 1 year of age, screen time is not recommended at all. Not at all. And from 1 to 2 years of age, no screen time for a 1-year-old, and no more than an hour for 2 years, with less time preferred. But in some countries like France, they even discourage screen time until the age of 3 or 4. So I would say that in Malaysia, parents actually fail to meet these recommendations by WHO. I think most of us seem to use the gadgets as a way of keeping a child busy, and particularly right now, when it was MCO time, the gadgets were used for children because parents had to work. And the other thing is about mimicking behavior. Gadgets were being used by parents to do their work. They were not books, they were not other things, they were gadgets. So when your child looks at you as an example of whom he's going to follow or she's going to follow, she sees you looking at gadgets. So it becomes a natural thing for the child to also want to do the same. So 3 to 4 year olds, no more than 1 hour. All right, next please. All right, it says there that gadgets, no screen time before age 2, but unfortunately, I think we do have a problem here with Malaysia. Most experts recommend waiting until a child is at least 2 years old. So they believe that it's best for the young child. What should they do? They should spend time exploring the world around them, playing with real objects that they can hold and feel. Because, screen-based the child in this. So it limits a real experience. So the longer you wait to show the gadget or to show screen time or to teach or to show the child anything on the screen is much better. So Dr. Carolyn James, a learning designer of Leapfrog Enterprises, says, however, at the age of 3, many children are active media users and they can benefit from electronic strategic media with educational content. So this is where parents introduce at dinner time, they show the iPads to children, to a baby or to a toddler when they're having lunch. And I think this is where some children pick up language. And have you ever noticed that there are some kids who have never been overseas, but who speak with a very strong American accent? Have you noticed that? Well, if you have, then, you know, the only thing is that it's a natural. I think you've got to go back to the next screen. The other screen. Marcus? Oh, never mind. Let's move on. Okay. The contents used by strategies such as repeating an idea, presenting an images and sounds that capture attention, and using the child rather than the adult voices for the characters would be something that would be useful if there were gadgets. And there are many games and interactive activities in mobile devices that are not necessarily about school subjects, so they're quite useful for children. So looking at the consequences of too much sedentary work here, sedentary habits here, the young children, due to excessive screen time, can have significant development consequences, even though they have these benefits. Can you please move to the next slide, please? Yes, all right. These are the cons and the not so nice things about gadgets. Children are less likely to have fine motor skills necessary for writing when entering kindergarten. So it's not only that, they also have vocabulary, communication skills, and eye contact are reduced. And sometimes those who are overexposed to gadgets, they have developmental delays with increased device use. So screen time, for instance, has been linked to ADHD symptoms. Now, one thing that I need to qualify over here is that this is due to excessive screen time. A certain amount of screen time for young children is allowed. I think for 4-year-olds, I would recommend half an hour a day at most, although some can go up to an hour. My experience is that if you delay gadgetry until 2 years old, that would be really beneficial. I think Rob is coming on next. He's going to talk about physical development of a child. I think those are one of the few things that are very important developed between the ages of 0 to 6, and particularly from 0 to 2, because they are the critical periods in a child's life. Next, please. Okay, here you have some more about overuse of gadgets, having too much time on gadgets. You have attention, decision control are reduced. Creativity is affected too, but that is on condition there is excessive screen time and it interferes with problem solving. There have also been psychiatric disorders reported, depression, and also withdrawal symptoms. I'm sure you see it in young children who are deprived of their gadgets after they've been using it for more than 2 or 3 hours. But studies have shown that if you limit it and you take it away from them, there is a recovery stage, and they do recover from that. The issue right now is how to get them off this addiction. There's also premature thinning of the cortex based on brain scans. So you can see that it also affects the brain physically. Next. Okay. As I was jumping the gun just now, are there any benefits in using electronic devices for my child? Next. Yes. Over here, if it's not overused, the electronic devices and games may promote cognitive learning and the development of analytical skills. So it depends on what app you're using, and also it depends on what age your child is at. Some apps, which of course you have to determine which ones, are very good in encouraging children to think and developing their reading skills, their thinking skills, and also at the same time, giving them a lot of information that you would not get if you were not on the app. I mean, information like, seeing countries, looking at animals, learning about plants. These are things that I think would be a bit more difficult. And one thing that is different about an electronic device versus a book is that there is the ability to see videos, to see moving objects. So in a way, that is one benefit in which you use electronic devices for that. The only issue right now that we always have to caution is how much and how many hours, and what about the content and the quality of the content, and whether it is intermittent. There's an intermittence of actually advertisements that are totally so harmful for kids that I find sometimes they're adult ads. So you have to make sure you have got some censorship of what you show the child. This also could promote innovative thinking, investigative skills, strategic thinking, and creativity. Although I beg to differ on creativity. I think you can be more creative without gadgets than with, especially at a very young age. Using computers may improve manual dexterity, but it may not improve writing skills. So at what age and for how long? That is the question that we have to answer every time we expose our child to a gadget. What age and for how long? You have to think about it. Next, please.
Miss Zuhairah, before we go to the next slide.
Yeah.
Like I'm a coffee drinker.
Mm-hmm.
Studies this year saying that coffee is good for me, and then next year coffee is not so good, and then you have to take 2 cups, and you have to take 3-4 cups. All these answers, perhaps they are contextual based. Like can't have an explanation. It's 2 hours here, 3 hours here, and 1 each, so on and so forth. Or does it cut across?
All right. My experience speaks that if you allow a child, having a child to look at the gadget is something that you cannot escape in this modern world. Whether you like it or not, when you're on the phone, your child will also be looking at the phone. When you're watching a video, your child will be looking at the video as well. The key word is addiction. The key word is looking out for eye strain. The key word is about not being too sedentary. The key word is about variety of activities. And the even more key word is the age of the child. The younger the age of the child, the less you should be exposed to it, because the child, as you know, the child goes through critical periods of learning and development. And the early stages are most critical. And when you limit it to an almost 2D experience, the child misses out on jumping, on running, on touching, on feeling, on doing all these things that children used to do long ago. We're still discovering what happens to the child.
Ms. Zuhairah, are you? She's about to explain about what happens when you read to a child or when a child reads. Okay, you're back. Fantastic.
Yeah, thank you. What happens? Sorry, the internet is unstable because I'm really far away from civilization. What happens when you read to a child or when a child reads? I'm sure parents, any parent can tell you what happens when you read to a child or when a child reads. I mean, what happens? I mean, it's very difficult for me to get the answers here, but how do you feel when you read to a child? What are the things that go into it, that you put into it when you read to a child? What happens when a child asks you to read a book for the 108th time? Right? There are things that happen, and these are the things that we as parents have to put up with just for our child. Next, please. Next slide, please, Marcus. Okay. Well, when you read to a child, or when a child learns to read, reading helps develop effective brain activation patterns. And the brain literally becomes stimulated when you read to a child. And so if you remember my first slide, where the brain actually physically grows from 0 to 3 at an exponential pace and rate, you can imagine the number of neurons and synapses that are in the brain that are actually activated. And that actually helps the child in his development. So reading really develops an effective brain activation pattern in the child. Can I go to the next slide? Because I have a good study, which is quite interesting. Right. For lack of time, how much time do we have? Not much time. For lack of time, I'm going to just focus on just one study. There's a study on young children using MRI scan. I don't have the details and the pictures like Dr. Inderbir, but I can actually go through with you what actually happened here. So in 2018, Dr. John S. Hutton, he did a study on 27 children around the age of 4. And they went into an fMRI machine and were presented with stories under 3 situations. 1 is through audio, 2 is through illustrated pages of a storybook with an audio voiceover, and number 3 is through an animated cartoon that would be screen time, right? So all 3 versions came from the website of this Canadian author, Robert Munsch. He's a very famous writer for young kids. So while the children paid attention to the stories, MRI machines scanned for activation with certain brain networks and connectivity between the networks. Next, please. What brain networks were likely to be influenced by the story? So they examined the language, they examined visual perception, they examined also visual imagery, what the imagination, how the child can perceive the story in a visual way, and default mode network, which Hutton calls the seat of the soul, internal reflection, how something matters to you. That's something that's a bit more intangible, I would say. Next, what were the results? So the results were, out of the 3, is that the illustrated book condition, researchers noticed increased connectivity in the brain between and among all the networks that they were looking at. There was visual perception, there was imagery, and default mode and language, right? So it was not as apparent in the audio listening and the animated version, the cartoon work. What these, among other studies, illustrate that the book, having young children look at book is superior in developing these 4 categories than an audio or an animated cartoon version. Next, please. Next. I'll just briefly run, reading from books and versus electronics.
Ms. Zuhairah,
yes,
we are moving towards the tail end of the session.
All right, I will zoom through. With younger children, studies have shown it makes sense to stick with print to the end that's possible. Okay, well, print enables parents and children to interact better with language, questions and answers, which is called dialogue. There is a conversation going on. There is activity that you cannot really get when you are looking at the screen. I mean, would you like to talk to someone who is, an imaginary card? Well, never mind, let me go on. Many apps and ebooks have too many distractions. Let's move to the next page, please. So before that, please. All right, next. So Dr. Jenny Rodensky, developmental behavioralist pediatrician, says many apps designed to teach reading in the early years rely on gamification meant to keep children engaged. Not everybody will agree with this because there are some good apps out there, but because of short of time, I can answer your questions on that later and give you some information after my session. Next, please. So my anecdotal experience with Taman Pendidikan Raihan of children reading with gadgetry, I find that young children who come to school, there are actually some of them who are exposed to gadgets can actually read, but I find that they have communication in interacting with people. Their social skills are a bit niche, needs much to be desired. So even though there are skills that you develop, one thing that the gadgetry cannot replace is the human interaction. Next. So what next? Next. Use of gadgetry, a cheap babysitter. Next. How will children get bored of books? Will it be a relic of the past? Next. There you go. Is our world going to turn out to be like that? Next. Or this? No joystick, no mouse, no keyboard. How do you turn the pages? Or this? Yeah. Everybody's on iPhone. Or this one. Oh, it's called a book. Not sure where the batteries go. But I conclude there's nothing like reading to the child a good book. You can taste, you can touch, you can go through all the pages, you can smell the book, you can read, you can feel the hug from your mother or your father, or you can feel your friends around you and your teachers interacting with you. There's nothing like the human touch. My conclusion is that I would choose a book rather than a gadget. But at the same time, I think gadgets are ubiquitous. You cannot avoid it. And basically, I think we have to live with both. It's just the exposure and also the hours that you are exposed to it. And last. So what do you think? Do you agree with me or you disagree with me? The end. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zuhairah. But we do still have a few minutes and we can ask that question that's been forwarded to me.
Yeah.
So
Well, I'm really...
This is an age of the gadgetry. We have all the headphones, the tabs, yeah. How could we get children to still want to read?
Okay. One of the things with guys. Well, what age are you looking at? What age are you looking at? Because
we're looking at the final one. Terima kasih, dah tamat.
Oh, no. I mean, what age are you looking at?
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought age.
Age.
I'm looking at primary
Very
school.
young, 0 to 6? All
No,
right.
more like primary school age.
Oh, primary school age.
6,
Okay.
7, you know.
All right. I'm more used to the 0 to 6, but early primaries will do. Okay. I'd like to relate an experience because I do a lot of voluntary service with the Child Kid kids. And you would think that the Child Kid kids would be so impoverished and so neglected. They do not have anything. So the first day when I came in and I volunteered to do some storytelling, I noticed while they were waiting, quite a number of them were looking at gadgets. And some of them even had, one of them even had a notepad. So I thought to myself, I said, you know, the organizers said they can't read, but what, you know, and they only like to do TikTok. They can't read. I said, that's almost impossible because if you're on a gadget more often than not, you still have to read something. So if you want to talk about the fact that you can't avoid that, reading is good, having a book is good and everything, you cannot run away from the fact that every child at whatever age has been exposed to gadgets. So the key in making them read is to have a combination. Use gadgetry, use ebooks, use interactions, but combine it. For example, if you want to cut down the use of gadgets, you ask them to do project work. For example, if they have a project on animals, you get them to visit the zoo, you get them to do research on the gadget. And by doing so, they, in an indirect way, they are also reading. The other thing is also to find a topic that interests them. Going into reading, I mean, people like us, not all of us like football. I mean, I certainly am not a favorite fan of football, but I love botany. I love plants. And so with the child, find something that is of interest to the child and create an activity that is, that will lead to him or her doing some writing, some composition, some story, and combine it with pictures. That's what I would do with mine. And the other thing is that look into Pinterest. Pinterest is something when I'm running out of ideas, I will look into Pinterest and you just key in reading activities for 7-year-olds, reading activities for 0 to 3-year-olds. How to teach your child how to read, and you can see a lot. You can have a lot of ideas there. Apart from that, the key thing is that children have to see parents reading. Children have to see parents loving reading. Children have to see teachers reading. That is where one of the ways in getting them to read. They have to be reading.
Well, again, thank you very much. I interviewed you I enjoyed it immensely, and with you in our conference again. Hopefully there'll be a third, fourth, fifth time with us.
Thank you very much. This is what
I was wondering, when you're going to put that on. Thank you very much, Ms. Zuhairah. Yeah,
you're welcome.
From Taman Pendidikan Raihan. She has got a few of those. Some she made, some wonderful children gave to her. Some, of course, she had to buy. Again, thank you very, very much, ladies and gentlemen. Give a big round of applause to Ms. Zuhairah.
Thank you for your patience.
See that our next speaker is already in too. So he's from Lil Jim. So let's say our thanks to Ms. Zuhairah again and invite our next speaker. Looking good. So Mr. Davies. Rob Davies.
Yes.
Looking good. You look like a rugby player, sir.
No, failed football player.
Okay. Understandable. But then again, Lil Jim and rugby, it sounds like a good kind of rugby. So thank you very, very much. The conference is very, very honored to have you. And Lil Jim, of course, you cannot run away from the field that you're going to talk about some kind of physical activities and education. But I'm not going to take so much time. So Rob, just introduce yourself a wee bit and tell us about the thing that you believe we should all know as parents and as educators.
Great. Yeah, thanks so much. Let me just share my screen first, make sure. Oh, okay. It says host disabled screen sharing. So I just
host, please help with enabling the screen.
Okay, we'll just make sure we can get that to work first. Yeah, not yet.
Come in.
Well, that's coming. Yeah, maybe I'll just sort of start myself off in terms of saying thank you so much for the organize. Oh, I think I should be able to share. Yes. Okay. Can you see that? Okay. Great. So yeah, I'll kick things off by thanking the organizers. Honored to be invited to talk today. I think it's a very worthy topic, unleashing
Can you guys hear me?
Okay.
Are you guys able to hear me?
Say yes.
Can you guys hear me okay? I can hear you again now.
Hi, Rob. How are you?
Hi, Super. I'm good. Can you guys
Hi,
hear me?
thank you for coming, Rob,
No problem.
and joining us. Okay. Shall we go to the slides?
Let me
Or you
share.
want to introduce yourself first, Rob?
Let me share my screen again.
We can't hear you that well. Just give us a few minutes. We are handling
no
some
problem.
technical issue here on the
Okay.
sound system.
I'll try my headphones again, see if that helps. That seemed to be.
Okay, is that any better?
Okay, I think we can hear Rob right now.
You can hear me again, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I will try and speed up. I've lost a little bit of time there, haven't I? But yeah, I was thanking the organizers very much for inviting us. Very honored to be here today to talk to you guys on a very worthy topic. I'm also very thankful that we're including physical development, as there are obviously many worthy topics to child development. And I guess my objective today is to wave the flag for physical development as being a very important part of child development, seen through the context of the little gym. So my agenda today, I'm coming from the assumption that not everybody, in fact, probably the majority of people are not familiar with the little gym. And of course, I'm not a professor. I'm not a doctor or pediatrician. My expertise today is based on my involvement with the little gym for the last 10 years. So I'm representing the little gym. Everything we talk about today will be through the sort of context of the experience of the little gym. But everything can be applied to a much wider sort of variety to that. It could be you engaging your kids, go to the park, go to the playground. There are many opportunities for physical development, but today I will see that within the lens of the little gym. We'll talk about benefits of physical development and activity for children. We're going to talk about the development milestones and how we use those to come up with our program and examples of useful activities and exercises that you can do by different age groups, which will hopefully be of benefit to everybody. So very briefly, I'm going to go through quickly in terms of the benefits, what the little gym is. So the little gym has actually been around for over 40 years, getting on for 50 years, since 1976. We were established in the US. We now have 400 locations around the world. We're working on experiential learning and physical development for children ages from 4 months all the way through to 12 years. And you can see in the picture at the back there, a typical sort of gym. When I try to explain what we do and I say gym for children as the quick tagline, people may think of PTs and, you know, little babies pumping iron. It's not like that. We have a gymnastics sort of center set up with child-sized gymnastics that we use from all ages, basically. You don't have to be the best, you just have to try your best. That's a famous quote in the little gym from our founder, Robin West, and this sort of summarizes our sort of approach to teaching our program. In 1976, this was relatively unique. Now it's a lot more established. We're using gymnastics to work in a very fun, nurturing environment, to work one-on-one with children, to develop their skills in a nurturing environment. They have the confidence to try new things and not only develop their physical skills, but also build their self-confidence that they can then take into a much wider arena in their life. So this is our approach. We're trying to get them to trust and be comfortable in their bodies through this process, which is also an important outcome. Our program, very quickly, we have 3 main programs: parent-child classes, where the parents will go inside the gym with the children. That's 4 months to 3 years. Then we have our pre-K or kindergarten program, which is 3, 4, 5-year-olds. And then finally, we have our grade school program, which is 6 to 12 years old. So that's what I want to say, just to introduce the little gym very quickly to you. As I say, my sort of observations at this point, we're not going to be too scientific based. We're going to be more observational based. We see thousands of children. We have 6 gyms here in Malaysia. We see about 2,000 children each week. And since 1976, Little Gym has, across the world, has seen literally millions of children. So we have a lot of sort of observational basis for how we develop the program. Some thoughts on benefits and why physical development is important, is something that perhaps all parents should be thinking about, perhaps even more than they are now. The first is that, as many of the themes from the previous speakers, and I feel I'm going to adopt some of those themes as well, we can make a difference from a very young, early stage is a key stage. What we've observed is age-appropriate physical activities from as young as 4 months can really prepare and advance children through their physical development milestones. So we're talking about building the foundation for gross motor skills such as walking, jumping, running. We see that practicing fine motor skills, the manipulation with the hands, improves those skills. This is fairly obvious. We can build improved hand-eye, foot-eye coordination through practice and exposure to these skills. I think it's fairly obvious, but we can make a big difference at a young age for the longer term. Also, even more sort of fundamental, we consider physical development to be an integral part of child development. We witness at our gyms how interaction through physical activity, through play with their friends in a nurturing environment does support cognitive and in particular social emotional development. So it's a real important channel. We see it as an integral part of child development. And we've all sort of heard the expressions of how young children learn through play. Building on that, by developing physical skills in a fun and nurturing environment, children can test themselves, learn their limits, become comfortable with their bodies. Through learning physical skills, they're problem solving, they're risk taking, they're trying new things. And if you can create the right environment for that, they will build their self-confidence, which is their springboard to success in life. To wave the flag specifically for gymnastics, as I said at the beginning, you can achieve these things in sporting activities in many ways. But gymnastics, we chose gymnastics because it's a great foundation for physical development. It's building the blocks of ABCs, as we call it: agility, balance, and coordination. These are transferable skills that will give them confidence to try other sports and hopefully discover other passions in their lives. As children participate in sports, there are many benefits as well. In particular, they learn things like self-discipline, teamwork, and I'm sure there's a lot more that can be said about team and individual sports. And then finally, and not least, and perhaps in many ways most importantly, we also now know very much that setting good habits at a young age for children will have long-term health benefits for them. And there's quite a lot of research in this area. We sort of in our current generation, we may be trying to change our habits at 40, 50, but moving forwards, let's think about getting those healthy habits in young children from a very early age by making physical activity fun and something that they want to do, no matter their sort of skill level. So these are the sort of benefits and sort of the missions of the little gym. Development milestones I'd like to talk about a little bit as the basis of our program. So development milestones are age-specific benchmark skills or tasks that most children can do at a certain age range. So our program has sort of been built many years over consideration of these development milestones. Most recently, the American Academy of Pediatrics, they recently updated just earlier this year. We use these milestones to develop our program. We have 3 dimensions of learning: the physical skills, Brain Boost is the cognitive skills, Citizen Kid is the social emotional skills. So each week the kids will come to class and we'll have a lesson plan that builds on these 3 aspects of learning. I have to say a couple of caveats, obviously, about development milestones, and we need to consider this as we just go through the examples I'm going to get to next. Firstly, every child is unique. Development milestones hopefully are not intended to put pressure on parents, and of course we don't want that sort of competitive angle. We are working with each child at what level they are at, and there's going to be a big range. And our general message to parents on things like when they start to walk is, a big part of that is the kids will decide when they want to start walking. So we ask parents to be patient around these things and sort of work with us. We are not a diagnostic program. We're not medically trained. So if a parent has any concerns about the physical development stage their child's at, they should, of course, go and speak to their pediatrician. That's always the message at the little gym. We're not diagnostic. We're just trying to develop each child based on where they are. So I now want to say this through the lens of the little gym, because that's my expertise, but I hope a lot of these can be sort of takeaways that we can apply, not just obviously in the little gym. You can do a lot of these things in many places. There's many avenues for you to consider these things. We're just going to talk about the sort of basic development milestones we see at the different age groups and some of the activities that we are therefore working on that you might want to consider at home or at the playground or what have you. So bugs is the starting point, 4 to 10 months old. People always fall off their seat a little bit in Malaysia when I tell them we start at 4 months old. And there is a perception with bugs that age group, that they can't move around very much and they can't really communicate very much. So, but we see it very differently. We see bugs as actually sponges. They're absorbing information. Their ability to absorb is not something you would see from their ability to communicate. But they are absorbers. We've already talked, the last 2 talkers both talked on this in terms of the importance of stimulation from an early age. So my advice to parents is stimulate your bugs. You can stimulate the bugs in many ways, through sound, through music, and through touching different equipment, watching people, watching other things. Create stimulation for your bugs. As we've just, the previous talkers have just talked about, we also learn at the little gym, every time you stimulate your bug, they receive a stimulation, their brain is physically growing. New brain synapses are being created, or existing ones are being strengthened. So it is literally one aspect of physical development of the brain by stimulation. Other examples we've got there, they're going to be trying to interact with the environment. We've got a bug there trying to eat that ball. That's one way they're trying to interact with the environment. We're also at the same time trying to get him upright, sitting and working on his core a little bit. So they're going to be sitting up, they're going to be rolling up, things like this. In the bottom right there, you can see bubbles. Children love bubbles. We use this all the way through to 3-year-old, maybe they even prefer it older. And the great thing about bubbles is there's benefit to that as well. When the bubbles are there, they are tracking those bubbles with their eyes. It's great for their tracking skills. They're also building the muscles in their eyes to allow them to do that. They're going to reach out and try and touch those bubbles as they get older. That's going to help their hand-eye coordination. And when we bring this out for the 2-3-year-olds, they're going to all be following around. They're all going to be bumping into each other. So it's going to be something they're going to have to work out in terms of their spatial awareness. So you can really get a lot out of these bubbles that the kids love. So I'd recommend use of bubbles for you guys as well. Shakers and things that the bugs can manipulate is also great information and very useful. And then we're also going to try and build the core of the bugs by getting them standing, getting them sitting upright. You can see the assisted standing there. We're progressing from the being on the ground to them holding themselves up using our P-bars, you can see in the last picture there. So there's a lot we're doing to prepare them. Very early age, we're opening up their arms, opening up their hips, getting them ready for their future mobility. So that's what we're about with this sort of the bugs age group. I'm aware we don't have too long, so I'm going to flip through the age groups, but I wanted to give you a snapshot. The birds is our next age group, 10 to 19 months. This is another lovely age group. The birds are just discovering there's a little bit of a bigger world out there. They're just starting to expand their horizons. Because of that, they tend to be very shy and they tend to still be quite close to their parents. We see that especially at the moment with pandemic, at this age group and the next couple above, a lot of more shy children and so on. So we really want to create that nurturing environment for kids this age so that they feel they're somewhere comfortable and they can expand their horizons. Parents at this age, they're probably still just looking to you as their prime source of what to do. So as last speaker said, set the example for them. We see this in the gym, those parents who are bouncing around doing the skills, participating, those ones tend to be the kids that are also heavily participating as well. So in terms of the physical development, they're becoming mobile. They're going through a phase probably from crawling to walking. They can watch each other, they can develop these skills. And at the same time, we're starting to get them into some gymnastic skills as well. We can see here a bird, quite unusual in a way for this age group to get a swing on the bar by themselves, but this bird is developing grip strength, shoulder strength. She's also working on her core, bringing up her legs. Great work on her core. This bird will be a confident walker with great body control because of exercises like this. On the left, you can see this bird here with the orange hot dog is actually doing a back handspring, diving backwards from its feet onto its hand and then back over onto its feet. It's getting a lot of help, or she's getting a lot of help from the orange hot dog there, and we have in the instructor as well. But we're taking them through a rotation. We do a lot of rotational skills at the little gym, forward rolls, backward rolls. Rotations are great for children at this age. Again, I'd encourage you to consider these things. The inner ear, the vestibular system, if we disrupt this through rolls, rotations, that is going to help their balance. Again, give them greater body control as they progress. And then the last picture I have there is an example. We've got a bird really taking a risk. At the age they start to take risks, potentially, we will never force any of the birds to do anything they don't want to do. And that's true for the whole program. But they're an age they can start to take a bit of a risk, and we're going to want to challenge them a little bit. And you can see the bird there taking, she's not completely happy, but is prepared to take on that challenge by the looks of it and going on the donut ride. So that is the birds. The next age group I wanted to touch on was what we call the beasts, 19 months to 2.5 years. These guys starting to set the basis of independence. They're going to start to be moving away from you in our gyms. We see them sort of starting to roam around the gyms, moving further away from their parents. They want to try new things and they want to try to do them on their own, quite likely. It's a great age to be taking your kids down to the playground, and every parent's got to find their balance, but try not to hover over them too much. Try not to show them everything. Allow them to try and work things out a little bit. Allow them to try to climb themselves, to work it out, to take risks. It's a good time to challenge them a little bit as they develop their skills. They can take some one-step instructions as well. Physically, they're now becoming very mobile. So we're really able to work on their gross motor skills a lot. They're running, they're jumping, they're starting to do skills on their own. You can see the child there doing a forward roll by himself. You can see another on the balancing beam working. So these are great age to start to develop their skills as well. I'm jumping one age group, but the next age group I'm going to talk about is the funny bugs, the 3-year-olds. This is the first age group in our kindergarten program. So this is, funny bugs is a great age, 3-year-olds. Confidence, independence is what we think of when we talk about funny bugs, building that. And that's what we want to be focused on. they're going to be a little bit crazy. They're going to be all over the place in the gym potentially. We have to speak to parents a lot about this. We call them the wandering funny bugs. Some parents at this age might be frustrated they're not listening perhaps as much as they would like. We're trying to explain they're probably not ready for that, and actually growing their independence, growing their self-confidence is actually where we want to focus now. So if they're comfortable to go off and do things on their own and explore, that is a big positive. We have a lot of conversations like that with parents. They're becoming more aware of their bodies and how they can do skills, and they're wanting to increasingly do skills on their own. We can see the child there swinging on the bar on her own. We can see the child at the end there taking a risk by jumping off the balancing beam. Safety is going to be important. We're teaching them how to do safety. That's why I like this photo. The instructor is showing, we want them to take the risk of jumping, but the instructor is showing them you must hold up your hands. The natural instinct, if you jump, is to come down on your hands, and that's where you're going to hurt yourself. So we're training those children to hold up their hands and jump and land on 2 feet. And once they get that skill, they're going to be a lot safer in terms of developing their skills. Forward rolls, we're concentrating on making sure they know to tuck their head so there's no pressure on the neck. So all of this stuff is an important part of the skills building. Funny bugs can start to get these concepts well. We're going to work on balls like we've got there, a lot of ball activities with the funny bugs. You can really get them down the park at this age, work on their kicking, work on their throwing. It's a great age to really build those skills and just realize funny bugs are going to be a little bit crazy. They want fun. They're building their imagination. It's got to be fun. Their attention span is not going to be long. Don't get frustrated by that.
Rob,
yes.
Is there still hope for me? Could I do forward roll if I were to go to your place?
Anybody can start a forward roll. Yes. You might not be as good as a funny bug, but we'll give it a shot.
A quick one. Yeah. What's the favorite misconception on what you do, or what your organization is doing?
Well, I think a lot of people don't really have a concept initially of it at all, really. And they, as I say, they think of things like the babies doing press-ups and lifting irons when I talk to them about the children's gym. So a lot of this is generally quite new, we find. And we talk about physical development. The initial thought might be to, special needs support at one end, or developing, the first Olympic champion for Malaysia. And actually what we're in is the bit in the middle, the bit in the middle of working with every child and trying to set their developmental foundation.
All right.
I will crack on. I have just 2 more age groups which I wanted to share because I know we're slightly short of time, but I hope I'm giving a little bit of a snapshot. So I seem to have something a little bit in my throat as well. The 5-year-olds, I've skipped the 4-year-olds. I've gone to the 5-year-olds. They're a nice contrast to the funny bugs. Funny bugs tend to still be playing independently. They prefer that and feel more comfortable with that. By the time they get to 5, we call them the good friends because they're typically developing signs of empathy, concern, support, and understanding friendship a little bit at this age. So we're going to really work on teamwork, cooperation, as we work on this age group. They're going to start to compare themselves to each other typically as well. So that, again, that nurturing environment is really important. You want it to be somewhere where they're comfortable. And what we find with the good friends is we can really start to refine skills and work on progressions. We can have an advanced class with this age group. Another interesting thing with the good friends and the tie-in with the physical development is their sequential memory has typically advanced quite a bit from, say, the funny bug. So where a funny bug will have just learned how to do a forward roll and will literally do 100 forward rolls in a row. Once he just works out how to do it, he just wants to do it again and again. With the good friends, we can start to string skills together like a gymnastic routine. Let's do a forward roll, then a handstand, then a straddle jump. And not only are they building their skills, but they're developing that sequential memory of what comes next. So this age group is a great age to start stringing things together. That's going to help their other aspects as learning as well as the physical development. So that's a few little things. And some nice pictures there of the good friends together working as a team. And as you see there, a progression, forward roll on the balancing beam, a little bit scary, but something they can work on for a 5-year-old. The last age group then, grade school. It becomes a little bit different at the grade school level. The development milestones are obviously less by age in a way. We have a much wider age group, 6 to 12, because of that. We see, you know, we had the whole nurture nature discussion earlier. We do see the variation in the skills that we can have 7, 8-year-olds that can do very advanced skills. We can have 10, 11-year-olds that are still at more beginner skills. What we're trying to do is be inclusive for all of those children and work with them all. We have 4 different levels of gymnastics at this age group, so that those who are more adepts at the skill can progress to a higher level, and we can sort of continue to challenge those more gifted children. They can do shows, they can do performances and things like this, and those that have a real passion, we can feed them to competitive gymnastic clubs, as opposed to our non-competitive atmosphere, where they're gaining different skills and things from that competitive environment. But most of the kids we have are just building those foundational skills at this age group that are transferable to other sports. My daughter went to the program for 10 years and then has become a great rock climber now. She goes rock climbing twice a week off the sort of the upper body strength and so on that she's built up, I would like to think, through our program. But the last group I want to talk about, that I go to the gym. I take a lot of pleasure from seeing the boys and girls doing advanced skills, but I take just as much pleasure from the kids that aren't as advanced, but are still enjoying the program. They're enjoying the exercise. They're having fun. And this is one of the challenge areas, I think, for us when it comes to physical development. At this age, 6 to 12, they're starting to become very aware of their self-image. They're starting to put themselves in groups, as the previous talkers implied. By the time they get to teenager, they may have many thoughts ingrained. And there's a few dangers there, like sports is just for the sporty kid. They may associate themselves as not being in that group. So, you know, parents, we have to work on activities. I think we can all probably agree physical activity is an important part of a balanced lifestyle, if nothing else, for the future health of everybody. So we have to work hard at this age to try to make sure, even if they're not a sporty kid, they have some sort of outlet. It doesn't have to be the little gym. It can be going for a walk in the woods with the parents, getting some great fresh air at the same time, just having fun with friends in the playground, meeting at the swimming pool at the condo. But do just think about these things and try and keep your child engaged as they move to this sort of age group. It's an important part, I would say, of their balanced development as a child.
Yeah.
And
Rob, you know, I'm looking at that slide. I'm certain I can do at least 2 out of 4.
Sorry, I lost
the photo.
Which one here? This one here. Let me just share that again.
Yeah, I could do the photo. Yeah, the photo I could do. If I were to do the bar, I'll break the bar. If I do the arm one handstand, I'll break my arm. But I'll definitely be able to do 2.
Yeah, not many can do like the top right hand corner there with the one-handed cartwheel with those beautiful sort of pointy toes and straight legs. But you know, that's great. But you know, the boys, the girls, they get a lot of fun from just doing the basic activities.
Yeah.
All progressing. Every child is unique. Every child is at its different point in this sort of spectrum that we have here.
Thank you very much, Prof. Please.
This is my last slide. I just wanted to. This is my last slide, just to sort of cap it up, because for many of us at the Little Gym, this is sort of our mission, but it applies well beyond the Little Gym, like I was talking about. I don't want to make this about the Little Gym. It's about the physical development, the physical activity of our children. We believe motor skills development made fun builds confidence that leads to a lifetime of success. And this is, my mission today was to try to make people think of physical development as an important sort of building block of their child's physical development from an early age all the way through to the later ages as well.
And I'm sure the mission was achieved.
Hopefully so. Hopefully so.
Wonderful presentation. It's been a joy listening to you. I'm sure it'll be a joy to us and to the children who go to the Little Gym, definitely. So from the conference, thank you very, very much for
taking this spot, freeing your time spot to be with us. And it's been a very, very good lesson again, because the question I asked about misconception, that was from me. I thought it was something else. But looking at it, no, I should have been that. But then again, I'll probably break a few bars too many, Rob. Thank you very, very much. You take care of yourself. Enjoy the long weekend. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So thank you very much. There was Robert Davies, owner of Little Gym. Fantastic story, the wonderful photos, and you're going to have to love all the wonderful children that are part and parcel of Little Gym. So we're now waiting for our final speaker, who's about to join us. She is Associate Professor Dr. Subash Kumar, a psychiatrist, a Rain Tree Specialist Clinic. He'll be with us in a while, but he should be here as fast as possible, because or else people force me to sing and they'll really spoil the conference. Give it a wee bit, ladies and gentlemen. Give it a wee bit. This is the last session. Hi, Doctor. Fantastic, fantastic. All right. And I convinced the audience that when you come back, you will look as good as you were before, but in fact, you look better. All right. So not taking any more of the audience time. So Dr. Subash, just please introduce yourself and jump straight into the things that you so want to share with us. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. You have accidentally muted yourself, sir.
Sorry, what did I do? Okay, good. Should I start now? I'm on. Okay, great. So sorry for the little delay. You know, old people with technical problems, never good. Anyway, thank you so much for inviting me today to speak about something that is all too common in our population, but unfortunately not well recognized and not easily picked up. So I'm going to be talking about ADHD, and again, this is a very, very common condition that is seen in kids and not picked up. And of course, I do find that many adults come and see me who have been undiagnosed. They come in with other conditions, say depression, anxiety, social anxiety, and all that. So often I find that the later that the person is diagnosed, there's a lot of issues that, or a lot of challenges they would have faced by the time they come and see someone for any mental health issues. So ideally, we should be picking up these kids when they're young, when they're still in school. But you know, ADHD is a condition where the symptoms are so generic and it doesn't stand out in the crowd. And I think with conditions that are related to mental health, none of it is so different. Like, it's not like pain. If you have pain, you have a headache or knee pain or stomach pain, you would go to the doctor to get help. But unfortunately, with a lot of mental health conditions, there are no clear-cut symptoms that are different. Pain is very different. But when we're talking about ADHD, the child or the adult, for instance, would come and complain about forgetfulness or being zoned out in class or getting up late in the morning or not being able to prioritize their work. And this again is not a very specific complaint. I mean, how many of us have forgotten to do homeworks, and you know, how many of us, I mean, there's a lot of us. The symptoms are so generic. There's nothing unique about the symptoms of ADHD. So most people, or most educators, or parents, or any one of us would think that the kid is either lazy or the kid is naughty, which is very clear with ADHD. And, or, they just need more time to sort themselves out. But these kids don't seem to improve over time. The funny thing with ADHD is that they often get great results. So you'll find that the kid is doing very well in school in terms of results. We're not talking about how they get the results, but they do get the results. Primary school, they often do very well. Secondary, they do pretty good. But one thing that is common in kids with ADHD is that there is always this issue of doing things at the last minute. So this is like 1 week before SPM and they are doing nothing but studying. That means they're not eating, they're not sleeping, they're not going out, they're not doing anything. And things seem to get worse when they end up at uni, where doing last minute work really doesn't work well. I think in uni the workload becomes a lot, and it is very difficult to juggle things. Talking about masters and all, it's really, really tough. So I think for many educators and parents as such, they would feel that, if the results are there, then what's the problem? But ADHD is not only about results, it's a lot about the things that are usually not addressed, which is they have challenges in prioritizing their work, they have problems in multitasking, they have trouble in managing their work, planning, organizing. These issues eventually crop up either when they are in uni, of course in primary and secondary school, but it may not be so important in primary school. Then again, if it's not sorted out, the issues again come up when they are working. So many people who have ADHD are able to work, but off work it becomes very difficult. Or they are able to work, but it is very, very challenging for them. So I often find that, I often use the same analogy that the person with ADHD is a fantastic machine, just not efficient. It's not running as efficient as it should be. Because a person with ADHD, sometimes the work can be little, but they find that it's a lot of work to do. It's almost impossible. So they just give up without even trying. But actually the work is very little. Because what they see is that this is the problem in prioritizing, in organizing, and planning the work, which they have huge challenges in doing. So they just may not be able to do. Or they might be coming late to work every time. Which is, of course, like you want to complain about the traffic in Pillai. Your home and the office, you're not nomadic, so your house doesn't move everywhere. So the distance is how come some people are able to come at so much difficulty coming to us? Because planning is a problem. Planning the traffic, planning what time to leave and all that. So at different stages of their life, kids with ADHD will have different challenges. Primary school, they might be seen as very naughty, very talkative, very dreamy. Secondary school, these issues might also be there, talkative, dreamy. But as boys, boys are usually seen to be a little bit more naughty, a little bit more talkative. So I think us parents will think that, this is, it's usual. Boys will be boys. That's what they always say. So it's true. We want to differentiate what is usual or what is ordinary and what is a little different. So primary school, secondary school, but you find that with ADHD there is a difference because the problem seems to be very, very consistent. And when they get to uni, the problems are still there. In fact, most kids with ADHD, when they enter college, the issues of prioritizing and planning their work becomes so challenging. Some even quit. This has got nothing to do with their intelligence. They are super intelligent people. They just find it so difficult to manage their life. So primary school issues, secondary school, and then tertiary education, and then work, and then of course there are issues when they eventually settle down, have a family and all that. Those are the issues, because you find that in many cases, the person with ADHD tends to be rather messy. So the partner becomes quite frustrated, really, because the level of disorganized, well, I suppose the word is being very disorganized. So it can be messy table, messy house, or they come back home and they're just not ready to do anything. Just sit down and just laze around until, well, eventually the partner is going to get very, very upset. I mean, you can do it once, you can do it twice, but again, we are looking at a pattern. So in different stages of their life, they come in with different complaints. I suppose the older adults may come in with relationship issues, or the older adults may come in with being depressed or being socially anxious. Kids in university may find that they are not working as well as other kids. So there are also issues in self-esteem, confidence, which eventually crops up, because someone who has ADHD is trying their level best. They're really trying their best, but they just cannot quite do as well as somebody else. Or it takes so much effort to get for them to do something, and it's really, really tiring. So this, I suppose, in later stages, it eventually develops into depression, self-esteem issues, confidence issues, and things like that. So it's always important to catch ADHD when the kids are still young. And I find that when they're young, it is a lot more easier to manage. Of course, it has its own challenges managing kids when they're very young. But when they come in as adults, the issues have already been there for a long time, and they are unable to differentiate between symptom and habit. So they think like, I'm always late, that's me. My friends see me as messy, so that's just me. Maybe that's not you. So what I'm trying to say is that when untreated symptoms, when symptoms are left untreated for so long, we just think it's probably just me. I'm just known, my friends know me as I'm always the guy who comes in late. Maybe not. So because the symptoms are generic, people just think, oh, it's just you. He's always forgetful. So I have some patients who have figured out that something is wrong and they've overcompensated. So because they know they are always late, they come in like 2 hours earlier for the appointment, which is also kind of odd. Or they know they're forgetful, so they become slightly obsessive. So they make sure they keep checking their phone and whatnot. So families or friends or educators may think that, oh, I think he's got OCD. He's always checking. Well, he's not always checking because he's just overcompensating. So they know they're going to be late. They drive to work every day the same way with Waze on, which you think like, do you need Waze every day? Okay, you're looking at the traffic, it's fine. But people with ADHD are not looking at the traffic. They need directions because they just miss the turn every time they go to work. So it is illogical, isn't it? So they overcompensate this way. It's good. I mean, it helps, but it becomes also tiring because you have to go 3 hours earlier for your appointment. You really need to be very, very aware of yourself. So overcompensating comes with its own set of problems, I think, later on. So these are the challenges these are common challenges that people with ADHD have. And again, because the symptoms are so generic, I think people don't see it as a condition. In fact, there are many people who feel that ADHD is not a condition at all. even some psychiatrists, some of my colleagues would find that, "Oh, really, ADHD? I think that if you have met somebody with ADHD, only they can tell you what it's like to have this condition, and they will know the huge amount of challenges that they face. Only they will know. And I think one part is that because people don't see it as a condition and just brush it off as somebody who is lazy, messy, disorganized, forgetful, whatever, it takes a huge toll on the person's self-esteem. It takes a huge toll on the person's confidence because they might think like, okay, this is who I am. So yes, question.
No, of course, some people can go to experts like you, but if we're talking about teachers at school,
yes,
and perhaps parents at home, well, what can they look for?
So, like I said, because the symptoms are generic, it is important to look at always a pattern. So when we look at ADHD, there are generally three types: purely hyperactive, purely inattentive, and of course, the most common is the mixed type, where there's a combination of hyperactivity and attention deficit. So the hyperactive type is usually seen as a child who is very, very naughty. This is beyond the usual level of naughtiness now. Okay? The child who has ADD is seen as a child who is lazy. But this is a different level of laziness. So I just use very simple terms now. Okay. So the hyperactive or naughty child is very, very talkative. This doesn't stop talking. And the child will try its level best not to talk in class. Sure, I mean, we all talk in class. We all try to quickly steal a quick when the teacher is teaching. But again, there are times, you just can't learn. You just have to keep quiet and listen. But they just can't. And it's consistent. Okay. So one, talkativeness, which is seen as impulsiveness. So very talkative. They seem to be fidgety all the time. So either biting the nails, pulling the skin on the nails, or scribbling something on the table. It can be, rubbing their hands. It can be shaking their legs, or twirling that pencil, which they did so much before. Now the pencil, I think, has gone. We've got a widget spinner. It's the same thing. They just are unable to keep still. So that inability to keep still will be, being restless and fidgety and all that. Then comes poor concentration, short attention span. They are very easily distracted in the classroom. Again, be anywhere. So if the teacher is teaching, they're looking at the teacher and then looking out of the window and wow, there's a bird flying. And okay, then of course we've all done it. I'm just talking about something that is so consistent every time. Okay. Forgetfulness. Sure, we've all forgotten to do our homework. Again, it's a consistent pattern. So they come back home. Hey, have you got any homework? No homework. And then 10 o'clock at the night, suddenly they realize like, oh, crap, forgot to do this. Okay. And then they're doing their homework. Once in a while, it's okay. Pattern, it's repetitive, it's so consistent. And they have problems waking up in the morning. Okay, sure, we all have it sometimes. This is again, every day there is trouble waking up in the morning. They take very long to get ready. It's always the same, except on going on a holiday. Then they're the earliest one to wake up. But on any other day, last floor out of the class. So usually the bus floor is waiting, or your mom and dad are shouting, whatever are calling the girl's name. It's always the same. So we find that is very consistent. They zone out very often. So you're talking with them and then you know that this person is not actually listening to you. They've just gone somewhere else and like, hey, yeah. So that's very common. Yes.
Doug, I have a friend. I don't quite remember whether he was an associate professor or senior lecturer. He's so forgetful. He go to the market with his wife, left his wife there. Wife had to come back by taxi, but still could make it a career. Social professor, I tell you what. To recognize, we can help manage. What say you, sir?
So you see, so he had, okay, it's not difficult to say whether he has a problem or not, but again, you're looking at a pattern where he's always forgetful. So what do? Overcompensate. Make a list of stuff to buy, but the list is too long. It's way too long. It's really not sustainable. The list of so many things to do also cannot finish. So they're very forgetful. And I suppose one of the classic things you see about ADHD is the procrastination. Wow, this is beyond. It's a different level of procrastination. Whether you call it patience or procrastination, I don't know, but the procrastination is unimaginable. So if the exam is in a week, still got time. 3 days before exam, still got time. Last day, okay, I get up in the morning and okay, we'll read in the afternoon. Well, maybe you can still stretch, watch another movie. Yeah, then they'll start in the evening. They'll stay up all night and probably get good marks. But our argument is this the way to do things? Because there is always a sense of balance, isn't it? You don't need to do this, and it's just not sustainable. It's just not sustainable. When you go to uni, when you start work, it just doesn't work anymore. So
we're in a conversation mode here.
Sorry?
We are in a conversation mode here. I'm assuming, yeah. So we have issue. We've identified the issue, So you're the expert here. Which one usually, if we can like self-healing kind of thing, yeah? Is it medication? Is it motivation? Is it meditation or combination? Which one, in your opinion, if I'm trying to self-heal, not to go and meet you? Which one would it be? A combination, perhaps?
So that's a really good question. I think it's a combination of all things. I think one, they need to be aware that there is this condition. Being self-aware really helps, because I know that, it's not me. My condition makes me procrastinate. My condition makes me forgetful. My condition makes me zone out. It's not me. So when we talk about labeling about ADHD, it's not labeling. I'm telling you, there is a condition that makes you do this. So yes, we need to do self-healing and creating that awareness, and also understanding that it's not me. The condition makes me do this. I can't see without my specs. It's not my fault. Okay. So you were talking about treatment. Yeah. So treatment encompasses medicines as well, which is something that, some people find like, you want to treat kids. Well, it is something that needs to be done, especially when it's really bad. We have to treat. I mean, it's the same as we're treating diabetes in young kids, in primary school children or secondary school children, because you can't leave the kid with a high blood sugar level. You have to treat. So treating ADHD when the kids are young, when the symptoms are not so bad, you can manage. Better scheduling, better timetables, better parent interaction. Sometimes it is a case of just too much work for the kid, because they're going from school until 5 o'clock or 4 o'clock or whatever, and then come back home, rest half an hour, go for 6 tuitions. I think nobody can have that much concentration and attention. So sometimes these are things we need to look into, like the kid has only this much time, like you cannot, the plate is so small, poor fella. So before we diagnose, we need to rule out a lot of things. Parenting as well, parental expectations, the number of tuitions and work that they do. So all that. So coming back to treatment, medication is one of the options we have. It really does make a huge difference for the kid. If of course it works. There are two types of medicine, stimulants, non-stimulants. I won't go in there, it's a very long thing. But it does work. It doesn't cure, but it does help a lot. I think people always ask me like, how long do you treat? It's kind of tricky. Sometimes I usually go for about a year of treatment until they realize that there may be things that they can do on their own after that. So I find that the ones in secondary school, they probably benefit much more from medicines than the very, very young kids. So the very, very young kids, usually I will wait a little longer before I treat with medicines. So we look into other things, parenting and number of work we do and all that. But medicines do help when it works.
Thank you very, very much, Doctor, because sometimes we would never have the opportunity to talk to someone like you who could just explain it in layman's terms, like things we could do ourselves. But if you can't do it, not getting the right result, then we need to talk to the experts. And experts like you to us should keep reaching, telling everybody certain parts are simple, but if you can't overcome things in a simple manner, come talk to us kind of thing. Any last words, sir?
Yes, last words. I think the awareness in our country is a lot better than what it was 20 over years ago. Better, much better. I think, like forums like this where people are actively coming in and trying to understand much more. I think that has really improved, but there's a long way to go. In terms of schools being much more aware of the condition, and of course parents, because I have kids coming in, or young adults coming in almost every day for a diagnosis, and so you think that we still got some ways to go before we can get these kids the help they need. And like I said, I think the important thing is that I don't want the kids to feel, or the adults to feel, that it is their fault. I want them to understand the condition makes you do these things. All we need to do is figure out how to treat the condition. That makes a huge difference.
Thank you again, Dr. Subash. Thank you very, very much.
No problem, sir.
Wonderful sharing. We have recorded it, so permission, please, to look at it again, extract the good points and share to other people, because good knowledge is supposed to be shared nonetheless.
Yes.
Teacher looks and sounds so smart because he teaches all the time. Those who share will always improve themselves, God willing, inshallah. So thank you very, very much again from the Education and Parenting Online Convention 2022. Dr. Subash, mika nandri, minum sandai pun sami
Vanakkam.
Okay. So thank you very much. So that concludes our session with all the speakers there. And again, we would like to thank, I'm speaking to the live audience too, Dr. Subash. Thank you very much to Kids Our Future for organizing this wonderful conference. Thank you very, very much to City University, of course, this wonderful auditorium. The colors perfect, making me look younger and younger as we talk. Thank you. A special thanks to all our sponsors, IHR, Kentech, Yayasan MK, Setia Haruman, QIED, Pillai Asia, Penang Women Development Corporation, Algorithmics. A mouthful, but nonetheless, it's a real company. The Java Factory and Sovereign Technology, and those I mentioned earlier who helped us a lot but refused to be named. What to do? Fantastic people. So thank you very, very much. But let's have a short video so that you would know what has happened. Yeah, Dr. Subash for staying with us until the end. So thank you to
No
our
problem.
sponsors. Thank you, Kids Our Future. Thank you, City University. Thank you, the tech team. You guys did a fantastic job. You deserve 2 nasi lemaks at least. Yeah. And don't forget, this is just the first one. We have 2 more coming, and we're going to have the big national one. Let's plan that one. Yeah. Maybe next year. Yeah. But we have 2 more consecutive Saturdays coming on the 15th and the 22nd. Even if we have things planned, unplan them and come for this wonderful convention. Thank you very, very much. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mika nandri sheshe minum sanipum. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And if you have anybody from Bangladesh, abad deka hobe.